I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or UIAM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. UIAM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawheed, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. UIAM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. UIAM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of UIAM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and UIAM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization or ISTEC. ISTEC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land just like a garden within a valley surrounding by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at IRUM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IRUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management or KLM. IRUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IRUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEPT, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Center for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centers under AKEPT organizational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organizing leadership development program. The CLD leadership program is designed based on the AKEPT leadership competency model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEPT Signature Program, AKEPT Smart Partnership Program, AKEPT Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEPT Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Centre for Leadership Development. Do join us at AKEPT as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with AKEPT in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Creating change for sustainability requires well-designed initiatives to make a real impact on the ground, and this is the reason behind the establishment of Sejahtera Centre for Sustainability and Humanity. The centre is pushing for change towards sustainability in 3 focus areas: making IUM a green campus, creating Sejahtera neighbourhood through RCE Greater Gombak, and reorienting education for sustainable development. Within 2 years of its establishment, despite limited resources, the centre had driven significant changes towards whole institution transformation in the curriculum, research agenda, student activism, and daily operation towards sustainability, sejahtera, spirituality, and the futures.
The impact is proven when IUM has won 3 international recognition: RCE Greater Gombak, the Sustainability Institution of the Year 2020, 8 RCE Awards 2020. The whole institution transformation then led to whole community transformation, which the impact can be seen in 3 outcomes. More than 200 refugees benefited from the engagement. More than 2,000 students have enrolled in sustainable development courses. More than 1,000 poor households have received aid and support from the centre.
To ensure that changes for sustainability are really creating impact on the ground, the centre has adopted 3 strategies. 1. All the initiatives conducted are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders towards transdisciplinary solution. Secondly, non-conventional communication strategies, moving away from the formalities, excessive protocols and bureaucracy. Thirdly, adopting the approach of connecting the dots for sustainability, believing that one small sustainability good practice can create a ripple effect towards bigger sustainable impact. These achievements and impacts are impossible without the presence of strong teamwork, unity, and selflessness of small number of committed, passionate, and talented people.
Public-private partnership revealed in the long term.
We'd like to personally welcome and thank all panelists who will be engaged not only to come
the Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
life and so on. And I especially commented
that a number of injustices have been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
One can integrate innovation for
So that's Malaysia.
A Malaysian plant yesterday.
This of everybody who is in my age group.
And then you begin to studies because
and underneath are all the United Nations days.
So I think our country also, other countries, learn from this. And
when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Should add into it to do
focusing on educating, mobilizing, organizing staff and students.
Higher learning institutions autonomy with accountability. So themes were sustainability in leadership, autonomy and talent building.
Whether the lecture and nature, is it natural or can be developed?
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship program, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes to
all this culture can be embedded.
For sustainable development, it's a network of existing common.
Academics, yeah, so 70% for planning that they have stress, as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with leadership.
So we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
To apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region.
Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization?
And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy dean.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Situasi ilmu itu perlu ada. Bila nak jadi ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita maju ke hadapan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami, adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak kongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti.
Mesti dihantar ke
di the vaccine rollout ya.
Tapi kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Eksekusi saintifik, pemetaan bidang
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or UIAM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. UIAM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. UIAM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. UIAM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of UIAM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and UIAM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization or ISTEC. ISTEC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley, surrounded by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at UIAM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another UIAM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, good day, good night, wherever you are. We are delighted to have your participation in the Higher Education Leadership Summit, AHEALS 2022, with the theme, Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand. Taking into consideration that you are scattered around the world, some of you might just lay in bed at this hour, the rest may be getting ready for lunch, the other side of the globe might just check in the office. However, whatever you are doing right now, make sure you are on the right platform, joining the program that is the Higher Education Leadership Summit, AHEALS 2022. And again, the theme is Transforming Higher Education with transforming higher education leaders, empower, engage, and expand. And for that matter of fact, I would like to humbly remind you that we have several cyber rooms here on this platform. One of it is the exhibition booth for you to virtually visit the participating institutions, especially the organizers, AKEPT, and also IIUM. Yeah, and the organizer also provides a network room for you to mingle around with the rest of the participants, and also for you to create new network for yourselves. Yeah, and it will be best for you to join the room, especially during the break later on. We understand that you are also very much look forward to get the materials of the summit, which are shared by some of our speakers and also panelists, and that you can check it out in the briefcase. All are ready for you to access, and where to find it is just at the bottom of the button at the bottom of the platform. Yeah. Last but not least, just do not forget to fill in the assessment form when you are called to do so. Yeah. And it seems that everyone is ready to go across the cyberspace now. Once we get the cue from the technical, team, we will start immediately. So stay tuned. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Menghadap ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda, Raja Pemaisuri Agung, Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandaria, binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakkil Allah, Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj, Ketua Perlembagaan Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik, harap diampun. Patik bagi pihak sekalian yang hadir, merafak sembah dan menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih di atas perkenan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Paduka Baginda Tuanku berangkat secara alam maya menyempurnakan pembukaan Higher Education Leadership Summit AHILS 2022 with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand. Keberangkatan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Paduka Baginda Tuanku secara alam maya adalah merupakan penghargaan yang amat bermakna kepada patik sekalian. Patik serta sekalian warga AKEPT dan IIUM sentiasa mendoakan agar Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala melimpahkan rahmat dan kesejahteraannya yang tidak terhingga kepada ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Sri Paduka Baginda Tuanku. Amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik mohon ampuni limpah perkenan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Tuanku untuk mengendalikan seterusnya acara ini di dalam bahasa Inggeris. Ampun tuanku. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Nuraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Daud Bakar, President of International Islamic University Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Profesor Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, Director of Higher Education Leadership Academy AKEPT. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, moderators and participants. Your Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Higher education leadership is becoming one of the top priorities on national as well as international agenda for most of the developing and developed countries, in which it serves as an engine to drive the economy through the new ventures and business creation. In line with the Malaysian government initiative for strengthening the talent excellence among the educators, researchers, entrepreneurs, as well as others, the Higher Education Leadership Academy, AKEPT, in collaboration with the International Islamic University Malaysia, will bring together all minds to share the knowledge, skills and expertise. And this time, in Higher Education Leadership Summit, HEALS 2022 with the theme again, Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand. At the end of the day, it is hoped that the participants could be able to adapt and adopt the new era of education environment in order to suit their institutions. The participants are also expected to demonstrate knowledge of the best practices of educational leadership from renowned leaders and take this opportunity to collaborate with aspiring and renowned leaders. Your Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me to invite Ustaz Idrus Mustaqim from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, IIUM, to recite the Surah An-Nisa ayat 58 to 59. Fayatafaddal mashkurun.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله يأمركم أن تؤدوا الأمانات إلى أهلها وإذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تحكموا بالعدل إن الله نعم ما يعظكم به إن الله كان سميعا بصيرا يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم فإن تنازعتم في شيء فردوه إلى الله والرسول إلى الله والرسول إن كنتم تؤمنون بالله واليوم الآخر ذلك خير وأحسن تأويلا صدق الله العظيم.
Shukran jazilan, Ustaz. Your Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Nuraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warm greetings to everyone and salam keluarga Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be with you this morning, and I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone to the AKEPT Higher Education Leadership Summit 2022. This event is a collaborative effort between the Higher Education Leadership Academy, or in short AKEPT, and the International Islamic University of Malaysia. I would like to congratulate and thank the organizing committee who have worked hard in ensuring the success of this summit. I have been informed that this is the first time the summit is being conducted virtually, and in light of the pandemic, I believe it is a good decision as it enables speakers and participants from across the globe to share their insights on issues surrounding higher education. It is also a sign that we have embraced digital technology, which is a key element in the fourth industrial revolution. The implementation method of this event is in line with the theme of the summit, which is transforming higher education leaders, empower, engage, and expand. I also believe the summit will effectively correspond to the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia's agenda of strengthening the higher education ecosystem. In my mandate speech delivered in January, I outlined 7 strategies to achieve this. This summit has the potential to address several of those strategies, such as the empowerment of digitalization agenda, the strengthening of graduate employability, the reinforcement of strategic collaboration networks, and the spearhead of communities' well-being. I hope that all higher education leaders and summit participants will seize this opportunity to discuss current challenges and potential solutions that can propel the higher education sector to greater heights. Ladies and gentlemen, in moving forward, it is clear that we in this higher education sector must adapt, and seize opportunities in terms of technology. And aside from that, higher education leaders must become systems thinkers by empowering every talent in the ecosystem and work collaboratively with the industries, the government, the communities. On an operational level, leaders will have to think and act in integrated ways while taking into account the interconnections and interrelations between ideas, logic, and positions in short and long-term perspective. I believe the sharing of ideas and experiences, as well as best practices throughout the summit, will help chart the way forward for us in developing the best approaches in managing higher education institutions. In time, I hope we can reap the benefits of this two-day summit and see it manifest into something bigger than discussions on the screens. Once again, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers from AKEPT and UIAM, the speakers, panelists, moderators, and participants who have contributed to this summit. And I hope everyone will have fruitful discussions and a wonderful time. I am certain that when great minds come together, we can overcome our challenges through synergistic ways. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk Sri. Your Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the distinct honor and privilege to invite Her Majesty Sri Paduka Baginda Raja Permaisuri Agong Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Mamunah Iskandaria binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakki Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj, the constitutional head of UIAM, to deliver her royal address. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Nuraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia, Honorable Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, the President of the International Islamic University Malaysia, and Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of the International Islamic University Malaysia. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, moderators and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Higher Education Leadership Summit 2022. Higher education leadership is becoming one of the top priorities on national as well as international agenda for most of the developing and developed countries, in which it also serves as an engine to drive the whole community well-being and inclusive environment. International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, from its very inception, has aimed to become a leading international centre of educational excellence, which seeks to restore the dynamic and progressive role of the Muslim Ummah in all branches of knowledge. In addition to achieving academic excellence, IIUM ensures that the students and staff are trained to be responsible, imbued with good ethics, high moral values, and professionalism, apart from lifelong learning, managerial and entrepreneurial skills, as well as leadership skills. This is in line with the Islamic teachings, which emphasize on developing good moral character. In line with the Malaysian government initiative for strengthening the talent excellence among the educators and administrators of higher educational institutions, it is essential to have this Higher Education Leadership Summit to bring together all minds to share their knowledge, skills, and expertise. The summit is a collaborative effort between Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, otherwise known as AKEPT, and IIUM in order to share best practices of higher education in Malaysia and overseas as part of AKEPT Global Series. It is designed to provide creative fuel for reflection and action of higher education leadership and the imperative to consider the bigger picture and strategic planning for higher education excellence. The summit will bring together preeminent global thought leaders across higher education, industries and government sectors in order to share best practices and new innovation in the development and leadership of world-class institutions. As the constitutional head of IIUM, it is my wish to have IIUM leading the way together with AKEPT and Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia in empowering higher education to strive for world-class education leadership for world citizens. With the interconnected global economy and rapidly emerging global society, learning can be anywhere and anytime, which need to be taught by the educational leaders of today. As we move forward in the pandemic, there is a global crisis. May the participants from all nations be inspired to create a more effective, accessible, high-quality education systems from our students. Thank you and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Your Majesty, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to express our utmost gratitude and appreciation for your willingness to grace the webinar this morning. Your Majesty, please allow us to carry on with the event. Ladies and gentlemen and all participants, let us now take a 10 minutes break for you to prepare a cup of coffee on your own and then sit back for our next session. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and thank you for being with us. On behalf of the organizers, both the Academy Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi AKEPT and also the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, we are grateful to announce that we have with us on hybrid platform, on both platform, Zoom and also YouTube, more than 105,000 participants together with us this morning. And I also can see on screen the top management of AKEPT and IIM and also renowned faces from other higher learning institutions in Malaysia. Not only that, based on the registration database, we also have participants from our neighboring countries. We thank you once again for your willingness to join us in the Higher Education Leadership Summit at HEALS 2022 with the theme Transforming Higher Education, Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now start the ball rolling. Let us now focus on our first talk session for today entitled Digital Leadership. The talk will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Isa Murshidi from PricewaterhouseCoopers. Mr. Isa is a director in PricewaterhouseCoopers People and Organization Practice. He is an experienced HR practitioner with more than 25 years of corporate HR and consulting experience in the Malaysian public and private sectors, as well as multinational corporations. The rest of his biodata could be accessed in the plenary hall together with the summit agenda. Now, let us focus, and this is the time for us to listen to his experience, and for that, I now pass the platform to Mr. Isa. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much to Madam MC. Assalamualaikum, and good morning as well to all the esteemed guests for today's session. So today, what I will be talking about will be about digital leadership. And the digital leadership that I'll be talking about today is not specifically about how do we drive current digital leadership, but about how do we move beyond digital and how our great leaders transform the organizations and shape the future. So if the secretary may, maybe I can start my slides. Thank you so much. So just starting off, next slide, please. Most organizations today are more busier than ever digitizing. So companies are trying their best to catch up with technical innovation. COVID-19 has massively accelerated this pace, as most of our basic activities, from grocery shopping to even going to work online, hence where we are today in this virtual seminar. However, these waves of digital initiatives as well as activities cannot be confused with real business transformation, which is needed for success in the digital age. Well, digitization is mostly about enabling the business to stay in the game. Transformation is more about moving real long-term competitive advantage for the organization to succeed. If you may click. When we talk about digital initiatives, can you please click once? Yeah, one click. There you go. But when we talk about digital initiatives, you cannot, with even all the digital initiatives that you have implemented, you cannot expect to be ahead of the game, as well as beyond what is the current best, because everyone is also already doing similar things, although at different speeds. So it's all about being able to set yourself apart from everyone else. And that's what the role of digital leaders are. So what PwC has done in a journey that started 4 years ago, we actually engaged successful organizations which has undergone digital transformations and try to understand what are the core imperatives that has driven digital leadership. And with that, what we have found, there are 7 imperatives which I will be sharing today. And what these imperatives are specifically is, number 1, about how the organizations face the external world and what are the outcomes that they want to drive. Secondly, is about how they create as well as establish the fundamental advantage that their own organization have over other organizations. And thirdly, which is the most important thing, is how do you lead as digital leaders? Next slide, please. Now, the fundamental value of creation, when we talk about the demand of the economies today, has changed. Moving next click. Now, when we talk about the revolution that has happened, the first one is talking about revolution of demand. If you may click. And revolution of demand is about where customers have now been given more choice in terms of all the platforms that has been provided, and as well as there's a huge demand from customers as well about more quality. So being okay is not just enough. Secondly, fundamentally, there is a revolution of supply where the values that has been created from mass production, distribution, marketing, as well as operations efficiency has actually eroded. And this is where there is now, because of barriers in terms of the barriers to cooperate has actually been torn down, and there's a reduction of this. And therefore, there is a big revolution in terms of supply to the markets. On the third component, which is transformation on context, leaders are now having to balance additional factors such as environmental, social, and governance to create value for the organizations. And no longer is stakeholder and shareholder value the core paramount values that drive the organization. There's also a huge need at the moment for more transparency in how organizations drive their activities and business. And all this interconnectedness beyond what we have today has also raised a lot of uncertainty and the feeling of risk within a lot of organizations and in economies and market. Now, next slide, please. Because of this, there is a talk. So when we look in terms of creating value, it's very much about building scale in capabilities rather than building assets. So in the past, it was all about developing assets, but the future is about developing capabilities and working within the broader ecosystems to actually address the problems that we need to solve and not just working by ourselves. Next slide, please. Now, it is now time for organizations globally, be there in the corporate sector, be there in the public sector, and even within the education sector and academics, to fundamentally rethink how all our organizations create value. And it is also means that it's time to move beyond digital. And when we mean beyond digital, it is easier said than done. Next, you may click. Now, when we talk about going beyond digital, it is not just about digitization and digitalization. It is not about doing what everyone else is doing. It's about our organizations shaping our future. It's about organizations having a balance between driving performance and transforming using digitalization to get there. Next slide, please. So for the past 3 years, what PwC has done, our partners led by Paul Lewin and Matt Manny has led a team to research 12 leading companies in the world who has transformed and been successful in their transformation to succeed in a beyond digital world. And these companies were companies such as Microsoft, Adobe, Honeywell, in Asia, Hitachi, Komatsu, Titan, Philips in Europe, companies such as Indotech and STC. All these companies have one thing in common. They are looked upon and admired by most organizations in the industry. And there are also organizations to which organizations in the industries would like to learn from. And they have gone through they have gone through their transformation, and they've competed against the tide of change and actually succeeded. And this is where our research has actually found what is it that's core for them to succeed. If we may move to the next slide. Now, our research has revealed 7 key imperatives to create value in the new way and secure your place into the future. And the first of these 3 imperatives, the first one is about reimagining your place in the world. The first imperative is all about defining what is the outcome that your organization would like to tackle. It's about understanding what are the societal changes as well as challenges that we need to address. It is not just about driving the business, but it's also about figuring out what we need to actually do to address the organizational challenges that we have. Secondly, is about embracing and creating value via ecosystems. So this means how our organizations actually engage the ecosystems to actually produce solutions. It is about how we actually don't become the only party in trying to solve. So we engage the wider ecosystem to be able to come together and use the scale of the wider ecosystem to access and deliver a value proposition for the broader society as a whole. Last but not least, is about engaging your customers. This goes beyond market research. This is about building trust and experience by engaging them, by getting information, and by relying on and by receiving information from our customers and our clients to build more value for them. And specifically, if you see this in itself, it is how our organization then drives and faces the outside world. Now, secondly, if you may click please. The 4th, 5th, and 6th imperative is about how organizations sets itself up and sets up a fundamental advantage on how we move ahead. And the first one is about making your organization outcome-oriented. It's about moving away from the functional teams of the past and now about creating teams that are cross-functional and making them permanent. It's about being able to organize across solving problems and building capabilities. And this is what we have seen as a common theme by organizations as succeeded in transformation. The 5th one is about inverting the focus of your leadership team. And this is about ensuring that your team moves away from working by themselves, but working together more as a team. It's about having a balance of delivering short-term performance versus long-term transformation. It's about making time for the organization to find itself and to drive its values. And as time goes by, it also may mean creating new roles within the organization to be able to deliver the value that's required. Also, what the most important thing about number 5 is about caring about one another to be able to support each other in creating the value for your organization. The 6th imperative is about reinventing the social contract. And what's important about this is about allowing and leading your people to actually lead the transformation in your organization. And it moves away from when your people are just there to follow the journey. It is also about allowing them to connect their own personal values and outcomes to what the organization personal values and outcome are. And at the end of the day, it's about allowing them to develop their capabilities and to innovate to solve problems within the organization. Last but not least, it's about how you lead, how you disrupt your own leadership approach. It's about you spending time to tackle your own development. It's about what are you doing for yourself to allow yourself to grow, to allow yourself to learn, and to develop the education skills that are necessary. It's about stopping being a hero and trying to solve all the problems yourself and being able to have the humility to acknowledge what your areas of weaknesses are and gaps, and empower others to lead in these areas as you learn as well. Now, if you may click on the first three, as I've shared with you, we would like to share an actual example of an organization that has actually embraced this and changed how they look at the world. So the organization that we would like to highlight is actually a company called Komatsu. If you may click. Can you click please? Now, Komatsu, if you're familiar, and most of you would be, is one of the foremost construction machinery companies in the world. And you would find most of the machinery in construction areas, construction yards, and so forth. So what Komatsu has done is that as part of their own transformation, one of the things that they started, when they started the journey of transformation, they were looking at how do we improve the business. But as they went through the first three imperatives, they decided to say that what is the outcome that we would actually like to drive? So what were the challenges in the construction industry? So items such as labor shortage, safety, efficiency of operations were the key issues. And rather than just trying to solve the problems themselves, they took it upon themselves to relook at the whole journey in itself to what you saw, what you see here. So if you may click to the people, yes. So they looked at how the vertically integrated processes across the whole ecosystem. And when we mean by ecosystem here, what they did was they didn't just engage their customers, but they also engaged their competitors. Because the outcome that Komatsu wanted was to develop an ecosystem that actually provided for better safety, for better efficiency, and as well to address the labor shortage across the whole industry and not just for themselves. So they changed the outcome that they wanted. And because they played a very different role as an orchestrator, can you click again? They then tried to see how they actually drove the integration across everything. And click please. And by the time they were done with their transformation, they could clearly say that they have indeed transformed to drive themselves to be a player within the entire ecosystem, to define the ecosystem for construction, rather than just being a construction machinery company. And because of this created value for Komatsu by itself, and they are seen as a leader within the construction industry today. If we may, click on the next slide. Now, when we talk about imperatives of 4, 5, and 6, as well as 7, we mentioned about how your organization sees itself and creates a fundamental advantage and how you lead. And an example that you see for this is actually a company that a lot of us is actually familiar with, to which PwC engaged. And this company was actually Microsoft. Let me click. Okay, some more. One more click, and let's go to Microsoft. Yes. So before 2016, and I'm sure a lot of us is aware, the core business of Microsoft was for licensing software and selling products to our customers. And I'm sure a lot of us, as we were buying licenses for either home or office use, at that point of time, it was very much about buying Microsoft software and nothing more. But when the current CEO, Satya Nadella, took over, he made a decision to say that we need to relook at how our company operates. So they undertook a massive transformation to make the company outcome focused. And what was the outcome that they wanted? They actually wanted to become a solutions provider to their customers. And at the end of the day, it's about bringing the right resources to the customers at the right time. So they re-engineered the organization structure. They actually then undertook an exercise to actually redefine how their teams look at things. They redefined their engineering teams to rebuild on how they need to identify problems and to develop solutions. And they stopped driving licensing to becoming more solution-driven. And at the same time, the leaders within Microsoft also had to change to develop a very different thinking of, rather than just driving outcomes in terms of business, to actually wanting to engage their team to deliver the innovation and the outcomes that were aligned to the organizations. And the teams believed in it. The leaders themselves also then started engaging each other to acknowledge areas that they were not capable of delivering, and then started delivering as a team. And in doing so, what they had did was they were able to change fundamentally the organization's DNA. Now, when we talk about transformation, transformation is not just about an overnight thing. And transformation is not just a 2 or 3 year journey. Transformations do take a long time, and we do not expect to see results overnight. And as such, when Microsoft embarked on this in 2016, and 6 years down the road, now we are in 2020, we can see a fundamental transformation of how Microsoft positions itself to drive this outcome. And in doing so, they've actually instilled new capabilities and new behaviors for their people. Okay, next slide, please. Now, to succeed in looking at all these organizations, fundamentally, to succeed for the long-term transformation, as well as deliver current performance, these 7 imperatives must be tackled together as an overall coherent system. You cannot just do one and not do the rest. But to start the journey, first and foremost, you need to be able to recognize where you are along this journey. So it's about understanding and identifying the gaps. Once you understand that, then you start addressing. Secondly, the focus is about identifying what is the outcome that you want for your organization, be they corporate, be there for academicians, or be there even for the public sector. And this is important because this will drive the value that you want to create for society. Next is about being able to build the insights with your customers. And at the end of the day, it's about connecting with them, building their trust, getting their insights, getting to know from your customers where they want to go and how are they going to get there, and you being along on this journey. And this is very important because from this, then you can model for your organization how you may partner them. And last but not least, it is also about being able to then drive the social contract with your people, to then engage them, to make them sure how, make them understand how they contribute to the purpose of organization to deliver the outcomes to the society as well as to the industry. And as leaders yourself, your role is to ensure that you recognize where you are able to assist them, and also where you can grow yourself. So overall, when we talk about transformation, and as leaders, it's important that we recognize these 7 imperatives to drive our organizations moving forward. Okay. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I see some questions coming up on the Q&A. Thank you very much. So let me read these. In order to be a successful digital leader of the organization, how digitalized does the leader, him or herself, need to be? Can one be a digital leader with not so high digital literacy? Very interesting question. So let me answer that. The answer is actually yes. Because as we say, the 7th imperative is how do you lead? If you don't have a high level of digital literacy, it's about you acknowledging them and working with your team members who has a high level of digital literacy to drive these initiatives. It's about you having the humility to acknowledge where the specific areas that you don't have the knowledge in, and also then making an effort to upgrade yourself to learn this digital literacy. As we people always say, learning is a never-ending process. And irregardless, because technology changes so aggressively in the world today, we will never be able to know everything. It's about the willingness of the leaders to learn. It's about the willingness of the leaders to empower others to deliver the transformation of the organization utilizing digitalization. Okay. The second question, how can higher education institutions learn from these companies in digital transformation? So I believe that when we speak about the 7 imperatives and the research that comes from that, is about making sure that you understand the fundamental core of what the 7 initiatives are. So firstly, as we said, it's very much about how you position yourself to the outside world. It's about how you define the outcome that the organization would want to deliver. It's about creating the value via the broader ecosystems. And one of the main things that the organizations have shared and have actually done is their willingness to go into the ecosystem and work with their competitors to deliver a bigger value to the ecosystem. And this goes beyond what the traditional values that they had, where they were very secretive, they were very, competitive with each other. But now, understanding that they cannot build the capabilities themselves, they cannot finance the outlay of the technology investments purely by themselves. So they understand that they all have to work together to be able to deliver the value to the society. And last but not least, is also about understanding what the overall society wants. So from a higher education institution, as you craft the future leaders of tomorrow, it's also important to understand what is it that society wants from the future leaders of tomorrow, and how we craft them and we develop and build them to be those future leaders. So with regards to the 4 other imperatives, you can also still learn. It's about how do you then ensure that from an academic standpoint, the evolution within the academic society, as well as organizations, on being able to make yourself driven in terms of outcome. What's the outcome that you want to deliver to the society? It's about driving your own leadership across your faculties, in driving the right values, in delivering the values to everyone, not just your students, but to the ecosystem as well. And about understanding what's the social contract that you have with everyone as well. So that's how you can learn. And definitely, if you have questions, you can always reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to assist. Question number 3. In the context of digital, remote, or hybrid work, face-to-face interaction is less frequent than in traditional work settings. Can you share with us the best practice that can be used in order to humanize digital leadership? Okay, this is a very interesting question. Leadership is never about putting bayonets in place. So regardless of whether you work in a hybrid model or you work in face-to-face or fully remote, it's about ensuring what I would say, the sixth imperative, which is the social contract. It's about ensuring that your people believe in what you are doing and their own personal outcomes and beliefs aligns to that. And this humanizes digital leadership because you're aligning what the organization wants to deliver in terms of outcomes, as well as what you and everyone within your organization also wants to deliver. And this humanizes leadership because you are going to the fundamental core of what you want to address as a society, rather than just driving the organizational profitability in itself. So, and when you look to be able to do that, to be able to align the outcomes of your people to the social society in itself, is very much about also making sure that they themselves are engaged regularly. It's about them understanding how they contribute to the overall purpose of the outcome that you want to deliver. And unless they understand and unless they're on with you on this journey, then you have not humanized it enough for them to understand. Then it becomes purely a 9-to-5 job. Okay, moving on to the next question. In your opinion, what should be the higher education institutions in Malaysia focus in terms of technology, and what needs to be done next? Okay. Now, as we said, one of the core areas that we would like to drive in the third imperative is actually the ecosystem. So the second imperative. And what I see that's important for the higher education institutions in Malaysia to do is to create value via the ecosystems themselves. It's about working together to utilize technologies that you have together. It's not about just competing with one another. It's about leveraging where each one of you has that advantage and creating an ecosystem where you can leverage each other's strengths. And this is a core value of what we see critical for digital leadership. And what needs to be done is to be able to sit down, understand what are the strengths that each one of you bring to the table, understand the gaps that exist, and how you can close the gaps with each other. And for me, this is critical when you talk about developing capabilities within the higher education institutions in the country, as well as developing the capabilities of future Malaysians. How can we build, okay, the next question, how can we build a good digital leader? What is the kind of trainings needed? Okay, so I'm going to just share on this matter specifically. I think it's a very common knowledge within the industry, as well as within all public and private sector. Traditionally, the 70-20-10 model is utilized. So, excuse me. When you talk about trainings, to identify the kind of trainings requires you to identify for each of the leaders where their gaps are. There is no one type approach for leaders to say that all of you must go through a specific set of leadership training. If you talk about developing leaders who are agile to be able to drive transformation, some leaders themselves by nature are agile, but it's about understanding where your gaps are. So trainings definitely required are trainings that allow you to drive executions. Strategic thinking is one of them. Understanding risks is another. Being able to drive strategies is another type of trainings. And what's also important is being able to have the behavioral type of trainings to understand, as mentioned earlier, the humility and how do you lead with humility. So those are the values, as we see, are important for leaders to be able to lead. It is important for them to understand that leadership is very multifaceted. And different organizations require different type of leaderships, even in digital leadership, depending on the stage of their organization. Okay. Question number 6. As a HR consultant, what do you think are the set of skills and the kind of personalities that students should acquire to stay competitive in the rapidly changing digital era and digital economy? It goes back to the 7 imperatives. Number 1, you need to be, in terms of the skills, is being able to cut through all the noise and analyze. So number 1, I would say, is actually analytics. You need to be able to analyze data and understand what are the outcomes that you want to drive. What is it that you want to work together to create value? What is it that you actually want to get from the people that you work with to deliver for them? What is it that they want? And that's fundamentally the first one, being able to analyze and understand the data. So definitely that's core. Secondly, it's the ability to be agile, to be able to think very quickly and pivot. And I know this is a bit, I would say, high, but really depending on each organizations and each institutions on how you put that in place. Now, a lot of organizations out there value students who can think and who are able to actually share their views and being able to address their own personal needs and are open enough to share what are the areas that they would like to develop themselves in. So it's about communications as well. So in terms of soft skills, that is definitely key. In terms of technical skills, I would say keep yourself updated. Technical skills do evolve. It is not something that stays put in our current world today. What we learned 2 years ago in terms of technical skills has definitely gone through an evolution and would be different today. And I would say it's about making sure that you keep yourself up to date, and comes back to imperative number 7, which I just shared, which is that for you yourself to disrupt your own leadership approach and to always give yourself time to learn, give yourself time to actually understand where your gaps are in terms of your own capabilities. And this should actually be imbued to the students from a young age. It shouldn't only be done when you are leaders or when you start working. You should actually start in this from the students themselves. Do I have any, okay, interestingly enough, question number 7, any ideas on how to best manage teams online? I would say, coming back to imperative number 6, is about the social contract. It's about engaging them, making sure they have the same purpose with you, making sure they understand what their purpose is, and understanding that they are key in terms of being able to deliver performance in the short term and driving any transformation the organization might have. In other words, it's about engaging your team. So yes, we are working online, but it's with the current virtual world that we have today, and with globalization being key, you do still need to engage constantly with your team. So engagement is key in terms of how best to manage people online. And the line between engagement and the line between micromanaging is very, very thin, as I would call it. You need to be able to empower them. It's not about micromanaging. It's about empowering them to do their work, but at the same time engaging them so they know the purpose of what they're delivering for. Okay. Question 8. What happens to resistance, the people who can't and won't go digital? So first and foremost, if you look at the 7 imperatives, it's important to understand why they can't and why they won't go digital. So it goes back to the point of 2 key points, I would say. Imperative number 3 and imperative number 6. So imperative number 3 is about building privilege insights. So you need to understand, why is it that they can't? Why is it that they won't? And sometimes it's not just with your customers, sometimes it's with your internal people as well. And also importantly, when you talk about it, is imperative number 6. Why is it that they don't want to go on this journey with you? Why is it that you not want to establish this social contract with you to be on that journey? So you need to understand that, and to understand the values that they want to deliver and the outcomes that they want. It's about reimagining, sorry to use the word, but it's about re-understanding and reimagining. It's not about forcing. And that is what this transformation is all about. It's about the journey to get where you want to get there. I think Amy, to the secretary, is that the last question? Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you today the 7 imperatives that we see as critical in terms of driving digital leadership for organizations moving forward. So my parting sharing with everyone is that when we talk about digital leadership, it is a journey. It is not just something that you do overnight. It is about you reinventing yourself. It is about you empowering others. It's about you understanding and driving the organization to understand what the outcomes are that organizations want to deliver, in line with what the customers, the clients, and the partners that you work with want. With that, thank you very much to the organizing committee for inviting me for today's session. Assalamualaikum and good morning.
So thank you, Mr. Issa. Thank you very much for the enlightening us all on the issue of digital leadership in this era of digital organization. Yeah. So listening to Mr. Issa, ladies and gentlemen, open our eyes wide that even though we are in the era of digital, it is still the human that need to actually align the outcomes we wanted for our organization. And my take from Mr. Issa's talk is actually the leader, who are the one who should take the responsibility to engage all the human resources in the digitalized organization, to stay together, and to leverage whatever advantage that we have in this digital era. All right, so once again, thank you, Mr. Issa, and let us now move on to our next agenda. It is 11:24, and technical, are we going to stop for 5 minutes or we just carry on to the next agenda? All right, we carry on, yeah. Now we carry on to our next agenda. It is now 11:25, and the next agenda will be handled by Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, the Deputy Director of AKEPT, who is also one of the most important lady behind the scene of the summit. So she will act as the moderator for the next session and discuss on the topic transformation of online education. So over to you, Dr. Yaz.
Madam Shariza. Thank you very much for the introduction. Now, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you to all the attendees and the participants. Good day to everyone across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, well, it is a challenge when the session, number one, is before lunch, for Malaysia, and sometimes late evening for others. And we had a good talk, I believe, from Mr. Issa today. So my duty, aside from getting whatever from the speakers, all right, the details from the speakers, but also to keep all of you focused and gain as much knowledge from the session. Now, I saw some questions early on at Mr. Issa's session, so keep that vibe, keep that, inquisitiveness for you to ask a lot of questions with our experts today. All right, so we are fortunate, very, very fortunate this morning that we have these two ladies, three including me, okay, from YTL and also Malaysian E-Learning Council. Right, there's so much that we can learn from these two ladies. And just to inform all of you, the session is in a forum format, and we will be discussing on transformation of online education. Before we start, allow me just to read a short biography. I think most of you can get the biography, the detailed one, in the agenda on the main hall, basically, yeah? Now, Datuk Kathleen Chew, the beautiful lady that we have this morning, is the Group Legal Counsel of the YTL Group and a Program Director of the YTL Foundation, a foundation working to provide equitable access to quality education and development of capable, values-driven leaders. She is also a co-chair. She was the co-chair of the World Economic Forum on ASEAN 2016 and a local ambassador for the British Council Study UK Alumni Awards 2018. On the other hand, we have Dr. Nubiha A. Shukur, is an educational technologist, a senior lecturer from School of Education, Universiti Technology Malaysia for the past 10 years. She's currently serving as the Deputy Director, Center for Advancement in Digital and Flexible Learning, or better known as CDEX, at UTM, and entrusted to be the Chairman of Malaysia Head of Public University E-Learning Council from 2020 until 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen and my fellow speakers, we have heard Mr. Issa's talk on Beyond Digital, how great leaders transform their organizations and shape the future. So without doubt, our leaders in higher education needs to have the digital competencies and the right values in ensuring that digital platform and its way forward is established for the young generations who are in the higher education. And also, in addition to that, one of the key strategic pillars of the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia is to strengthen the higher education digital agenda. While we have known the matters needed by the leaders to establish the digital agenda, it is also very important for us to look at how the online education will be transformed. Okay, so I believe most of you have known that we have seen the boom of online education due to the pandemic. We are all technically online, and in fact, the summit was also conducted online. So globally, the higher education actually appears to be one of the public sector's stronger performers globally when it comes to digital transformation. And we know the students who are the generation Z or Z are tech savvy, and expectations from the young ones that can be very high. And 8 years into the future, the higher education will receive the alphas, who are currently right now 10 years old and who are expected to be more technology literate. And there is also work done by Deloitte that it is discovered that higher education providers achieved encouraging ratings across the strategic. You know, we have scored very well in leadership understanding of digital trends, customer demand as a driver of digital transformation, and willingness to experiment and adopt an agile, fail fast, fail quickly approach to risk. All right, so this is what we see during the pandemic. However, there is also that we scored very low, below average ratings in leadership skills to oversee a digital strategy, investment in workforce skills and workforce skills to execute a digital strategy. Now, this is what I would say. I'm setting in the platform about online education, about digitalization. If I may ask Datuk Kathleen, beforehand, The pandemic has pushed the online education. We've seen there is a boom. Everyone has to be online, and it was made compulsory because we're not allowed to go to the university. And even so now we are ready to go to the university. The students are willing to come back. We seem to have a high number of cases of COVID. So how does YTL as an institution out there works with higher education and assists them in transforming their online education?
Good morning, Professor Yasrina. It's a real pleasure to be here. And it's definitely 3 women here. So such a pleasure to be with you and Dr. Nobiha. So I think, first of all, I just have to set the platform that YTL Foundation primarily works in the K-12 education sector. And in higher education, we support scholarships, but our primary focus, especially when it comes to technology and transforming technology, is in schools in the country. However, I have to say that we once ran a really fun project with the linguistics department at UKM. And so UKM had done a study for us on the impact of changing the design of classrooms. So, instead of just having tables in rows, everybody sitting in a formal formation with the teacher in front, we said, what if we just broke that and kind of put tables in a circle? We designed circular tables, we made the classroom fun, and we put the teacher right in the center. So she couldn't escape to a corner, she was right there. And we built this in several schools, and we got UKM then to do a study to see whether that was effective. So they came up with the study and said, yeah, that really kind of made teachers think about, the way they delivered lessons. But then what we did, which was quite fun, was we said to UKM and the linguistics department, now you need such a classroom in your faculty. You can't just be studying other people. And so we had a really fun project where we developed a classroom, installed it in UKM, in the linguistics department, and said, your students now need to experience this. So if they go out and if they're in teaching, they need to understand the experience of the students. So that was kind of our little foray into higher education and the merging of the K-12 into higher education. But really, coming back to the pandemic, when it struck our country in 2020, what our main concern at YTL Foundation was that, how are students going to access online education? How are they going to manage this fact that they're not in school anymore? And so obviously, because we've been working in technology, we thought, okay, solution is online. Mm-hmm. But the reality was that a lot of students, especially those from B40 families, and even, some M40 families, will not have the facilities at home, will not have the devices, will not have access to data for the children to be able to do this. So we quickly thought, what can we do within the YTL group? And we have a telecommunications company under the brand Yes. So we got Yes to help us, and we started deploying free SIM cards, to students. And we also gave smartphones with data plans to students in B40 families. Right. So, we thought, well, at least, to start off, we give them access to their teachers and schools if the teachers were up to it. But we also then thought, if not, and if the schools are not ready, we need to create content. So we got in other partners like Teach for Malaysia. And then we also have another company called Frog Asia within the group that has an education platform. We then created lessons mapped to the national curriculum, and we quickly rolled out lessons in English, math, science, and Bahasa Melayu. So that was what we thought we needed to do right at the beginning. And we didn't think that university students actually needed that help. We were really just focusing on school students. And then we found out we were wrong.
Yeah, we did, definitely.
Yeah, and we, universities started approaching us and saying, what about our students? We have students stuck at home and they don't have access to data, or they can't afford. I mean, many students are on aid and on grants, right? And having to pay for more data when they're out of university was really difficult. So again, the first institution we worked with was UKM, since we knew them quite well. We aligned our IT systems so that very quickly the students could apply and get the SIM cards delivered to them by courier. And so that's what we started doing. And then we after UKM, we onboarded UM, USM, UMP, UUM, all the major kind of universities. And over the last 2 years, we have now got 35 universities that we work with, and we still have an ongoing program because, as you said, it's still dicey whether, how much students are in school or they have to be at home. So we've extended the program till September this year, and anyone in our partner universities, the students can apply for free SIM cards with data. And so while we what we are doing, assisting students now who cannot afford the data to have access to data.
Right.
But and that really is the first step, right? When you talk about online education, it all fails if you don't have that first layer of access and data. So I think that's our primary investment at the moment in higher education.
Okay. Now, Dr. Kath, you raised a few things. That number one, when you first work with the university, is the infrastructure. Because we have, like I said earlier, we have the Generation Z, right? And soon to be the Alpha, who are very different from how we used to go to school last time. Okay, so the infrastructure needs to be there. Number two is definitely the basic necessity. Now, Dr. Nubiha, hold on. I want Dr. Kath to think about this question. I'll move to Dr. Nubiha. So then after this, Dr. Kath can come back, to answer my question. All right. Now, because you did mention what YTL is doing, we have in our participants today a number of people from ASEAN. Okay, and we knew in ASEAN particularly is always the infrastructure, like you said, the first hand, which is what I would call data, the line and everything. Okay, the basic necessities to make sure the online education becomes good. YTL did a very good work in terms of to get the schools to have all these facilities. And you said, then you realize the university is actually also needing help. But how is it, now my question for you to ponder for a while, all right, how is it that the universities can get institutions, organizations like you guys to work? What is the first step that needs to be done? Okay, YTL is a technology company, which is good. You have that realization. You knew you have to do some form of corporate social responsibility, and also at the end you have those products and brands. But what about the other universities? How do they approach institutions or organizations like you? What are the key values that they need to focus on in order to get the organization to be on board with the institutions? Okay, so that's for you to ponder in a short while. All right. Now, Dr. Nubiha, now you as the chairman of the Malaysia E-Learning Council, Datuk Kath just now has already mentioned, we can't solve the problem of the technicality, okay, it's going to be very, very difficult. What more when we talk about online? I know we have a lot of e-learning tools out there that's being used. Every university has got all sorts of e-learning tools. But then at the end of the day, we hear complaints from the students, all right, regarding the tools. Sometimes they say, I've already submitted this assignment. Oh, how come it's not uploaded? And then suddenly, I've already uploaded all the courses and it's all gone. Okay.
Yes, it is ongoing.
Yeah, it is ongoing. It's a constant fight, I would say. All right. So what is it that the council actually do, or, your background in this particular area to ensure that good e-learning tools are being used? How do you go about it in this manner?
All right, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina, and it is my honor, I think, to be sharing the floor with Dr. Kathleen. Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you again, Dr. Yazrina, for asking Dr. Kathleen to ponder upon the question on how other universities can reach out to YPL. I will be jotting down that point later on. Thank you for that. But maybe if I may introduce a little bit about this council, this head of e-learning councils for public universities. So we are basically, in public universities, we have Center for Teaching and Learning. Basically, the general name would be Center for Teaching and Learning in all public universities. And then we have the heads of e-learning. So this is what this council is about. It is participated by the head of the head of the e-learning centers. And then our role is actually to assist Ministry of Higher Education in setting the priorities, or where do we go next with e-learning in Malaysia, especially in higher education. So when pandemic hits us, so we are not saying that we are happy, because this is what we have been telling people, that you can move things online. And in fact, we have Dasar E-Pembelajaran Negara published in 2013, the first version, if I'm not mistaken. And in Dasar E-Pembelajaran Negara, that is MEPTA is part of the members in formulating this Dasar. We try to emphasize that these are the things that you need to have for your e-learning to work. And we see that is in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. So now that is 2021. So it has been accelerating our effort towards mainstreaming online learning in higher education. And I'm very glad that with the assistance of YTL, it makes it the transition from online learning at school level to university level now can become seamless, because usually we have students coming to universities. I mean, we have been using e-learning platform. For example, all of the public universities in Malaysia have their own e-learning platform. So we have no problem with that. And we thought our students are ready and our lecturers are ready. That is what we thought, and that is what we assumed. But apparently, when we are forcing everyone and everybody to move online, that is not necessarily the case. So we did learn a lot from that. And when pandemic hits us, so we were discussing in MEPTA. Part of it is about digital divide, of course, the basic infrastructure that some of the students have problems with, especially students in remote areas. So we work with the Ministry of Higher Education to approach the service provider about how can they assist us, especially students in remote areas. So that is one of our efforts, and in discussing these matters, because we were thinking, basic infrastructure is very important. While you think that your basic infrastructure at your university can be top-notch, but now the problem is that these students are not in your campus. They are now at their own current location. Exactly. So as much as you think that your university is very upfront in providing infrastructure, these students are not in campus. So we have to think otherwise. And then we also introduce, because there are so many tools, of course, and there are also institutions that is, that has limited budget, and they cannot spend more on, for example, assessment tools that involve proctoring or artificial intelligence, especially for online examination. So these cost a lot of money. So what we did in the council is that we formulate a playbook that lists down what are the technologies that can go from the very low end to the high end, so that these institutions can choose which tools can fit their budget, can fit their readiness, their level of readiness, and can fit their students' cultural and sociocultural background. So we try to formulate that. And I think the most important thing that we did during pandemic as a council, I think we have this initiative, especially for online examination. So I think this is also assisted by Ministry of Higher Education, where when we have our students sitting for online final examination, so we work within the council to place these students to their nearest campus. So for example, I have a student, a UTM student, for example, but she is currently located in Kelantan. So we send these students, we work with Universiti Malaysia Kelantan to tell them, we have this student with these times, with this exam schedule, and you please host our student for online examination. So we also have this kind of arrangement. I think this is a very a good initiative and should be continued. Maybe later on in sharing resources as well, not only sharing facilities, but maybe sharing lab facilities, or to expand to be this sharing culture should be expanded more. I think that is what we have been doing, and we are trying to provide more, especially in terms of professional development, competency among lecturers. That is, we thought, as I said, we thought our lecturers are ready, and apparently they are not after so many years in higher education, because I think in schools it is quite expected, but in higher education it is also quite a surprise to us. Okay. So yeah.
All right. There are certain things that requires in my mind, but I'm going to go back to Datuk Kat. All right. So Datuk Kat, how is it? I mean, I know YTL, and there are quite a number of, private organizations who are willing to assess, because it's not easy. Like any of us would know, higher education institutions cuts across ASEAN, Malaysia particularly, we would have that limited budget, very limited budget. So how do they outreach to you? And in fact, like is the company realization to look at B40 specifically, because we hear a lot of grouses. But then again, what are the things that you can actually provide some information if possible? What are the things that the institutions can actually look into, how to go about when they want to outreach to organizations like YTL?
Yeah, so I suppose, first of all, we've, as I mentioned earlier, we've been running a scholarship program for the last 25 years. And most of our scholars come from the local universities. We have some scholars who we also send to overseas universities, but mainly it's in Malaysia. So we kind of, it's human capital development, right? That's important to us. I mean, this gives a pipeline of talent as well for our group. So I think the most important thing is this, what do companies and organizations want from their young recruits into the company, right? They want people well prepared to be able to jump into the 21st century. They want them to be fluent kind of in, making presentation in front of a group. They can use PowerPoint well, their skills, are multifaceted, right? Not just that they are able to sit an exam and pass an exam. So I think this whole thrust of going into kind of creative thinking, of creative and critical thinking is really, really important for the jobs of the future. We don't really need people who know how to kind of just Google and find the answer, right? I mean, we can all do that. I'm not an engineer, but I could find some engineering solutions because I know how to use Google. So we need the engineers now to not just be engineers, but to be able to see a much broader picture. And we see that for us, that having the university students be exposed to a variety of tools and exposed to what the world is doing is really important. So they need to be connected individuals. They can't sit in wherever they are, and so therefore with us, the B40 was really important, because that again forms a lot of the students that we support under our scholarship scheme. And of course, they have less access to all of this. So for our talent recruitment, I think just for self-interest, if you tell organizations, you need to bring up a whole generation of graduates who are fluent and who are able to think, in a technological way, and to make use of whatever tools and resources out there, not just within their own environment, but really globally. And that, I think, is why I think organizations would support if you have that vision of innovation in your university. Yeah, if you say, we're producing kind of talent that is not just book smart, but is actually, ready to be embraced into community and the workforce, I think that's where it becomes very attractive to organizations.
Good. I mean, these are to give some ideas to the participants out there who are from ASEAN. B40 here are all what we call in Malaysia, where your average family income is below 40,000 a year. Yeah, so that is for the poor family, basically, who can't afford even to have a very good internet connection. What more a notebook? So they relatively has to be in the campus to use whatever facilities given by the university. Okay. Now, Dr. Nobiha, I've heard just now, we've got the policy, all right? There's a lot of things that's been going on at the management level to ensure. But of course, the issue is always on either content, okay, or the tools itself, basically. How do you see, I mean, as an educator and also as the chairman of the e-learning council, right? How do you see that we want to make sure that everyone actually embrace the online education? Because there's a lot of issues there, okay? Number one, quality assurance. That will be a huge issue, because me as an academic as well, when we say, now previously you have to be in class, your attendance has to be so and so %, all right? But when you go online, you're not even sure whether your students are online. Yeah, their names are there, whether they are actually listening, that's another question, all right? Now, that's number one. And of course, the quality of the content. All right. Based on my experience, I've got children who still goes to school. And my worry is that when I ask my boy, my children, how do you find the online education? Mama, it is very tiring. That's number one, of course, because you're sitting on, listening to the computers. Number two, sometimes they find that the content may not be interesting. So what is your opinion, and how do we go about in tackling this? Because we want, now the youngsters, they are very, well, what I would say tech savvy is that their expectations, they've watched TikTok, they've watched Facebook, they're not on Facebook, they're on Instagram, okay, they're on Snapchat, they are on a lot of the social media platform where the content is very short, So how is it, as an educator, e-learning particularly, how do we go about designing? I think designing content is the most crucial thing that we need to look at the moment. So what's your opinion? How do we go on this?
Okay, I think the first thing that we need to understand is that changes takes time. And of course, changes requires a change of mindset, requires a change of cultural change, for example. And most importantly, I think in online learning, we have to clearly differentiate what we have been experiencing is emergency remote learning. And as an expert in the area, I would say that is my expertise, that is my area. I would say that what we have been experiencing is not entirely what online learning is or online education is, because online education or online learning, you have, for example, you need a certain level of engagement and presence. For example, you need to have a teaching presence, you need to have your social presence and emotional presence. So these three presence has to be there in the online learning environment for an online education to be engaging and meaningful. So I would say what we have been experiencing is emergency remote learning, and that is by far not the same as online education as what it is supposed to be. But again, we have to start somewhere, I think, and we have started, and I think with time we can be better because lecturers has now become more aware about, for example, maybe using tools is not so much of difficulties, or I mean they are somehow quite competent in using the digital tools for teaching and learning. It's now a matter of brushing up their skills in using the correct pedagogy, using the correct learning strategy, in designing their online learning content so that it is more engaging and so that it is more meaningful. So I would say that we are almost there, but there are many things need to be done, especially in designing their content for meaningful online learning. That requires a lot of practices, and definitely it is more time consuming than face-to-face learning. So this is also what all the educators needs to understand. There is no easy way in teaching online. It's not the same as, you are transferring whatever content that you have and then you deliver that online. So I would say that is emergency remote learning. And when in fact you have to design the activities, you have to design the assessment, so that, and you have to monitor them as well, and you have to make sure who is engaging and who is not. So the interaction process has to be there. So that is what I would say. Lecturers have or educators have to focus more now that they are more or less competent in using e-learning tools. I would say digital tools, I think more or less. They have to focus more on learning strategies, pedagogies, assessing students online and designing content online, and not so much on technicalities anymore. Because technical aspect, I would say there are many IT support that we can provide. We can have institutional support for that, but you as educator, you have the content, and only you knows how you can deliver your content well. So we have to know how do we design our content to deliver online. So I think that is the most important part for educators to take up in times to make sure that our online education has reached certain level of quality.
Can I jump in on that?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah.
Well, I think online has the ability to also record, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And because of that, I think when you want to look at quality assurance, it's easy to audit if organizations are serious and they say we're going to record what happens. Well, I agree totally with Dr. Nobina that currently it's a reaction to the pandemic and an emergency. So what people do is they just do what they do in person and they just do that online, which is not what online education should be about. And I think when we were even looking at schools, and I remember having a conversation with McKinsey at the time they were doing the blueprint for schools, that teachers don't have an example sometimes of what is good. You do what your best, but you haven't seen actually the best. So with online, if you could have facilities to record, you have the ability to review, to see what's best practice and to share. And I think, that is a great kind of investment that we should make at all levels of education to just improve quality standards.
I think there are a few things that I think higher education needs to look into, particularly for not only educators, but also for the deans and the leaders. I mean, coming from what Datuk Kath and Dr. Nubiha has mentioned. Number one is definitely infrastructure. We can't run away from it. The technicality, so that the accessibility for the students and the educators are there. But number two is designing good content. And of course, Datuk Kath, you mentioned about quality assurance, because we have to look at things differently, meaning the trainings for the educators is no longer about how to teach face-to-face. There needs to be element on how to teach online, particularly, in designing, because that requires another skill. So this is what I would say, the audience who are leaders of the deans and whatnot, they've got to understand this particularly. Now we've got questions from the participants. This will go first to Datuk Kath, with the urgent need for faster internet speed for online learning. People are getting very impatient nowadays. If you have, you see that circle thing, you go like, oh my goodness, what's going on? And the importance of 5G. We used to have 3G, then 4G, now 5G. And what's next? How does YTL approach subscribing universities about collaborating with ongoing research to improve existing services and products? Any ideas on this, Datuk Kath?
Yeah, so just putting on my more corporate hat from the YTL Corporation side. So we launched the 5G service under YES. It is now on a 3-month kind of commercial trial with Digital Nasional Berhad, and the speeds are amazing. So, and there's a commitment from the government to roll out 5G across the country and having a single wholesale network, right? So if that plan kind of comes through, that means that, the whole country will have access to this backbone. And therefore the service providers no longer need to think about building out infrastructure. They can concentrate on services and products, exactly as this question is asking. And so there will be huge competition, I feel, at that time, to see who is going to be able to create products that are more relevant to customers. And so one set of customers would be universities and what we can offer to universities. But the other thing is as well, how to get the innovation out of universities, right, into our products and services. And, I think there's a huge kind of potential for universities to engage with private sector to now say, look, I'm doing research on this area. We know artificial intelligence can help you do certain things. We have a certain tool. We can develop that product you can offer to your consumers. So I think this new approach to 5G and the speeds that it can achieve, it really opened up possibilities of what we can do. And we mustn't lose that opportunity. We mustn't sit back and wait. Yeah, and universities have that obligation, I think, to just step up and be at the forefront. And you don't have to wait for the telcos to approach you. Go with your ideas and approach us, and then we'll be excited to take it forward.
I'm sure. I mean, I know a lot of my fellow researchers friends, they've done quite a number of, whether it's fundamental, whether it's application at the university level. But the question is always on IP, and how do we get the companies to be interested on the work? So if they were to approach YTL or any institution, is there any platform how can they go about? Is it coming out with a very good a proposal, or whom do they outreach to? Datuk Kat, if you have any information, YTL particularly on this.
Well, I'm your first
first port of call. If you have any idea, Datuk Kat will be willing. She is. You can find her details in the briefcase agenda, definitely. Yeah. So that then you can engage with someone. Yeah.
Yes, because I am I suppose, the go-to point when we talk to universities. It tends to be under my purview. So you can always approach me with a proposal. If you have a product that is near coming to market, there's so many exciting things that people are doing, on incubators and running labs on these things. So if a university is doing that, come see us.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Dr. Nobiha or Datuk Kat, I address to either one of you, all right? Any of you or both of you can answer this. Special needs students need a more specialized, personalized, hands-on method of teaching. Okay, because when we talk about inclusivity, just now we were talking about those poor students, from the B40 background, but there are also those who need special needs, basically. How does online education can be of help so that special needs students do not fall behind, others in their academic pursuit? This speaks for either university or for the schools themselves. All right, so how do we go about this in making sure that everyone is on board? Maybe Dr. Nobiha, if you can answer first.
Okay, first of all, I'm a believer of we have to deliver our teaching and learning online education if we think it is suitable and if it is necessary. That is what I believe, but that is my personal opinion. So as for students with special needs, they definitely can learn better in teaching, can learn better in a face-to-face learning settings. But recently, we have Ministry of Education has produced the Inclusive Open Educational Resource Policy. This IOER policy is about developing content, e-content, digital content for students with special needs or students with disabilities. We call that as IOER policy. And I believe it is the first in the world. And we work with UNESCO, the council work with UNESCO and Ministry of Education to produce the policy. And although this is, I think, might be a little bit of late due to the current situation that we are currently in, but we hope we are going somewhere. So this policy is talking about how can we create learning materials that is friendly and inclusive for all. So we will start training, in fact, all the lecturers in public universities, I think end of February, and it will span for about 3 months. So we will be training these lecturers in higher education how to develop IOER content. So the next step would be, we hope that how can we use this IOER content to deliver teaching and learning online? Because we believe that without learning material that is friendly for students with special needs, and then it is more difficult to deliver, to teach, because without any learning resources around. So this is how we start, at least at higher education. But I'm sorry that I'm not really aware about what is happening in schools. But in higher education, this is going to happen this year. A development of IOER content.
So who are the targeted participants for this IOER content, Dr. Nubiha? Is it a specific academics, or how is it like?
We currently ask the universities to name 3 representatives from every public universities to attend webinar sessions, as well as developing a workshop, developing IOER workshop with with the consultant from UNESCO, Dr. Diane Chambers, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be working on that for the whole 3 months. So the lecturers will be given time to develop at least one IOER content that can tick all the boxes for inclusivity. So this is what we hope for at the end of the program this year, under this management of this policy of IOER by Ministry of Higher Education.
I think that's a very good effort to make sure that everyone is actually on board. The only thing, my always concern is that, Dr. Kath and Dr. Nubiha, sometimes we as adults, we think that we know things for the students, for the young ones. But the way they view content is always particularly different, the way how they see things or their expectations are different. But then again, like we say, we can do as much, yeah? And there is this one particular question, considering the back and forth issues on face-to-face, hybrid, and then we go back to virtual classes, and then we go back to face-to-face in higher education. All right, do you think, and of course, there are worriness from the academics, am I going to lose my job? That we're no longer teaching, will it all be recorded, okay? Do you think a complete virtual education is the future of higher education? Maybe Dr. Kath, you come from the industry, YTL providing all these facilities. You think that virtual education is the future? Or what kind of virtual education that you foresee?
I think that we can't get away from hybrid. I'm not sure whether we can do it 100% virtual. I mean, whether that's ideal, you can. But is that the ideal situation? And I'm sure you've heard about Minerva University.
Yeah.
Yeah, they started out of San Francisco. And I happened to have interviewed actually some students who were applying for scholarships going to Minerva, one who was a graduate, and I also kind of met a lecturer. And I was just fascinated with their model. So they are completely online for lectures, and their lecturers can be anywhere. So the man I met who was a lecturer, lives in Taiwan, but these students are always grouped together as a cohort, and they move from city to city every semester. The theory before COVID was that they would go to a new city. And so they have their lectures online. They then have their tutorials in a seminar group. And then they experience really this global kind of city, culture. And when they do research, I suppose they can do it in the local context, depending on what subject they're doing. And I think that is what technology and online learning is going to open up for us, that we are not fixed by location. We are not fixed, into one way of doing things, that you can actually have a hybrid that actually creates the richest experience for the students. And as Dr. Nabia said as well, this university sharing resources. So can you imagine, in the future, yes, it might be that you belong to UKM, and therefore your lecturers are UKM. But I could, if I'm learning about biodiversity and I want to learn about marine life, I'll go to Sabah, UMS. And the UIMS, I know, has a marine biology kind of section, and the kids could be there and they could be, learning hands-on there. They could then transfer to Sarawak and look at the rainforest. It just opens up so much possibilities, right? So I really think that in future, that's where we have to be thinking very broadly and trying to devise the best experience for the students.
Right. Dr. Nobiha, any thoughts on this?
As far as should we have a complete virtual education in higher education, I would say that it is currently happening. For example, in ODL program, which is open and distance learning program, we have universities offering fully online master's degree, and of course this is accredited by MQA as well. And UTM itself, we have 3 master's program offered entirely online. We also have UKM as well, recently offering open and distance learning program. Most of these programs are master's program, postgraduate programs, and not at bachelor level program. But maybe Open University has them, but I'm not aware of. But yeah, this is currently happening. Complete virtual education is currently happening, but of course, we have to be very selective about which academic program that you want to offer entirely online. If, for example, the institution has amazing facilities such as being able to provide virtual laboratory, for example, if a certain program requires virtual lab, by all means we can move forward with that. But I think institution has to also be selective about maintaining the quality of delivery by making sure all the facilities are in place in supporting virtual education. But I would say that it is currently happening, and I think many more higher education should also try and get a taste of what it feels like in offering full academic program entirely online. So that is what I would say in terms of higher education. This is what happened.
I think it will take some time. I mean, at the end of the day, it is happening. As it is, everything courses online. People, have gone accustomed to do it online, and we are pushed because of the pandemic. But having said that, there are also other issues that we need to look whether, we are really going into virtual. Maybe many years down the road, when the alphas or the betas, the youngsters, when they are already in campus, is there for you to get certain experience, but the courses you can take, like Dr. Nubia was mentioning, we can take, if you were based in Kelantan but you're registered at UTM, you take the exams in Kelantan, so it helps in certain ways. Now, if we listen carefully to what Mr. Isa, the previous speaker, was talking about, the competencies and the values of the leaders, because when we talk about transformation of online education, we are very well known in not only Malaysia, in ASEAN particularly, it's always top down, all right? It's always about the leaders has to decide. Okay, there are 2 things that I'm going to ask here. Number 1 is the question from the audience, which is, Mr. Isa talked about humanizing technology. Okay, now when we want to humanize technology is actually very robotic. Sometimes when they say tak ada jiwa, there is no life, there is no feelings there, all right? So how do we make sure in terms of online education, like Datuk Kath was mentioning just now, to make online education works, it's not only the content, but it's your surrounding, because that will give you that feeling. Okay, if you can elaborate, what in your opinion, what is humanizing technology? Datuk Kath, if you can, based on your understanding and interpretation on that note.
Yeah, I suppose humanizing means, for me, the experience of learning in a cohort with your students, that is really valuable. So
Right.
whatever technology we use, we need to give them the same tools to communicate. And I
Right.
think that's what technology has been actually quite good at doing. You know,
Right.
maybe overly good at it. Sometimes we over communicate.
I guess so. Must be. You know, we are so hooked up to the technology, to the phones and to the computers. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know that there are so many sharing technologies that we could use to kind of post ideas, to kind of encourage each other. And I mean, I've been on an online course where you have your own cohort locally. And then you have an international cohort of people. So there's a chat that happens locally as well as a chat that happens, you know, from people with totally different viewpoints. And that's really quite interesting to see, you know, really the human reaction to a certain point that is being brought up, but in a different cultural context. So I think technology is able to do that, but we have to be sensitive that we have to allow that freedom of expression.
Right. Okay. I think that's the way to go about it. I mean, technology is there to assist us. At the end of the day, we determine, you know, how to humanize it, basically. Again, then it comes back to the educators, how you design your content and trainings, I believe, you know, to educate these educators, future educators, how to go about it. Now, Dr. Nubiha, your opinion, what is it on humanizing technology?
Because we know technology is just a tool. And at the end of the day, you have to maintain the connectedness, I think.
Right.
In any of the tools that you use in your teaching and learning, we also have to, again, relate back and connect back to our students. And of course, this can be done by giving feedback. You know, for example, you can give your students quizzes. So and say that, you know, I posted 10 quizzes, 10 short questions that you have to take within 15 minutes. And then you leave them there. So what there is no feedback on how they are doing, or there is no interaction asking about, are you doing well? Is everyone doing okay? So for me, that is humanizing technologies. The technology is there, but you have to maintain the interaction. And maintaining interaction and maintaining feedback has to be done not only online, that also has to be done in face-to-face. When we conduct our face-to-face learning, if we don't talk to our students, I mean, there is no humanizing aspect there, although physically we are there. So that also goes the same in online. We are not maybe physically there, but when we are interacting with our students, we are reacting to what their demands are or to what their questions are. That is how we humanize technologies. It seems like we are dealing a lot with gadgets and tools, but if we maintain our interaction and connectedness with our students, I think that is sufficient enough to be able, in a way that we are humanizing the technology. That would be my take.
I think it's a challenge, basically, because sometimes we forget. We use technology so much, but we forgot the native way or the old ways. Number one, we have the phones where we can call each other, where you hear someone's voice. That is actually humanizing as well, you know, to provide solution. Now, we've talked so much on programs, what I would say, how we go to class, how things are being done online. Let's say if I take a course, an engineering course or an IT course, then we go to the e-learning tools, we've got the courses, you know, we do the exams online, we do the quizzes. Now, those are all formal kind of thing. There is a question, while I'm reading this, there is a question from the participants that asks, what do you think about co-curricular, learning, or that can be conducted online? How can we go about it, basically?
Yeah, if I may respond.
Yes, Dr. Nubia.
It has to be directed to me. Based on our previous experience, if I may share, we have football co-curricular activity.
Seriously?
So, yes, as a co-curricular activity, you play football. And then you go to a class on football.
Yeah.
So what the instructor did is amazing. So they created e-sport.
Right.
So they host a game. So you are playing football online, and then you devise your strategy. You plan your strategy. How can you win your football match? So that is just one example. But Again, I think I have mentioned this before. I'm a believer of whatever needs to be hands-on needs to be done hands-on. And whenever only we see that it fits, then we do it online. In this case, the example that I gave, football, learning football. Fortunately, we can do e-sport. But there are co-curricular activities like orienteering. I think that can be done online as well, orienteering, and many others. I believe that we cannot forget that the students need to get that learning experience, actual experience in the co-curricular activities. Hence, we have to fight for it to be face-to-face. So I won't advise it to be entirely online, unless we think like in certain circumstances, like the football match, I think we can do that online in the form of e-sport. So that
No,
you got to take a football.
Dr. Kath, I want to ask you, because you are from the industry, right? I mean, your company YTL is a technology company. Okay, how do you guys go about when it comes to training to your staff? Or is there such thing, or what you did online for co-curriculum or activities for the staff?
So for training, we use an e-learning platform for training now.
Right.
And we found that it's been so useful. It's not just for schools, but I think for companies, you can monitor. We started last year. We now have this anti-bribery and corruption laws that affect all companies, and the companies can be liable for incidents of corruption of their employees. So we rolled out an e-learning course and made it compulsory for everyone to do it. And with these e-learning tools, you can actually track their progress. You can track how well they've done. You can ask them to repeat the course if you don't think they've done it properly. So I think e-learning has really got a place in corporates as well, in corporate training. But then during the pandemic, when people had no choice, we were doing yoga classes online. We were doing, fitness and all that's possible, even cooking. We were doing cooking kind of classes. So it's possible to engage, but as you say, it's never the same having a cooking class, smelling the food.
Exactly.
As it is cooking.
I know. Okay. Just to answer, I think if I may share as a moderator and experience as well. All right. Although I'm not the speaker, I'm supposed to ask you questions, but just to answer this, one of the things I think I learned from my colleagues from Australia, during the pandemic, the students can't go abroad, right? So what they did was they have a Zoom platform. Everyone must be in the kitchen, because if you have the computer, you can carry your computer to the kitchen and whatnot. Okay, let's look. Today is the recipe to bake I do not know, apple pie, for instance, or if in Malaysia, nasi lemak, for instance. So they give the recipe. Okay, let's try this. Put this one. So everyone was joining in the kitchen. And at the end of the day, habit taste and habit captured. It's very much personalized experience, not as the same if you do it in a group, but I suppose that's the kind of thing that we can do, to enrich, to learn about other people's culture, to learn about, like Dato' Kath was mentioning, yoga. You feel, I can feel my body movement. At the end of the day, is to get, like Dr. Nubiha was saying, we need to get our body parts moving instead of just sitting, in the classroom or on the chair. So I think that's what is required for transformation of online education. It's not only focus on the content, but also how we can go about it in designing ways to make sure that the children or the students have a very good learning experience. Yeah. Now there's another question. Regarding on the education for special needs, again, we're coming back to the special needs. How do we assure e-content will help them? Okay, how can educator or the management could help this? So that will also lead to my other question, or probably the last question, because we've got a few minutes left. All right, when we talk about this, doesn't matter whether it is for the disabled, to get the marginalized community to be in, what is necessary for the leaders of higher education? What is it that they need to look at when you want to transform of online education, so that you don't put the stress on the people, so that the academics particularly, and you don't put stress on the students particularly. We are jumping into that bandwagon, drag race, okay, pushing everyone to move. But what does the leaders need to understand? Okay, I would go that on Dr. Nobiha first, and Datuk Tan, your experience at the YTL, leading the institutions in IT. Okay, how do you do that? Leaders to make sure that you don't put so much stress, that people are happy to come to work, people are happy to do, particularly to transform the education.
I think for higher education leaders, maybe number one is I think it is important for them to establish their strategic direction. Be clear about what they want. And of course, they have to, number two, they have to set priorities. You can have face-to-face later on after pandemic, for example, we can have decisions like, do we want to still continue online learning? And we also have face-to-face learning that can go on as usual. So if you set your priorities right, the amount of budget that you allocate for face-to-face learning, for example, has to be
that's very tough.
As equal as the budget that you allocate for online education. So that means, so you have to set your priorities, which is your priorities. When you set your priorities, then you know the importance, and you know where you put your money at, and then there will be, of course, issues related to budget. But once you set your priorities, I think it is somehow we are clear about where we are going. And I think this is very important. And once you have your strategic directions, you know that you have to give support. Do not forget that you need to give support to academicians and students. That is the most important thing that all the academicians and the lecturer and the students are looking for. They need support, technical support, and only leaders can change this and can give this to their stakeholders. So strategic priorities, strategic directions, have a clear target, and number two, set your priorities. If you have your eye on online education, then you will have your money on online education if money is an issue. That is what I would say.
Datuk Kath, how about you? I mean, based on your experience at the corporate, right? How do you get, what are the things that leaders, if I don't say higher education, leaders particularly in general, to make sure that these things materialize?
Can I just quickly answer the question about special needs first?
Yep, sure. Yep.
Because we have a special needs scholar.
Right.
He is completely blind, and he's had his education, I think, through this pandemic as well. But because his course was, he was doing computer science, and the thing that was necessary for him was having the right tools. So if you had the right tools, like, he had sensor pads, he has voice recognition, he can speak, he can hear, but he's blind, and so with the tools that he's had, he's been able to complete his course. And of course, he's a very determined, amazing young man.
Right.
But I think it is possible to support students with disabilities through technology. And I've seen that technology really can up the game for them, but the content needs to be correct, as Dr. Nabia said.
Datuk Kath, just before that, meaning that is to know the exact tools that can actually assist them, right? I think that's the most important thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, you need to invest in the tools.
Right.
But once you invest in the tools, I think it can really change how they can learn, that
experience.
Yeah. Okay. So that's just that quickly on that. But talking about transformation and leadership, I mean, the first thing is, to me, commitment of the top leadership. I think they have to show by example as well. They can't be not using any of the tools that the university is providing. They have to be hands-on. And if they can show that they're just that one step ahead and they're really committed to it, I mean, one way is the budget, but I think the other is demonstrably kind of using the tools as well. So when they interact with the lecturers, with the academic staff, with the students, they are seen to be, at the forefront of it. It's not easy, but, I think it's that commitment that is necessary. And I think the other thing is, start with small wins. Whatever is easy, or fun, or, engaging, do it. Whether I can't think of examples, but let's not start at the end of, AI and say, okay, now we're going to implement AI, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about, right? You start with kind of, let's make a simple TikTok video.
Yeah.
And let's have fun and a little competition to see who can deliver the message better.
Right.
Something like that. So have the easy wins and that commitment from top leadership. And of course, I think the budget to support it.
Right. Now, I think I agree with you, Dr. Kath, because as I grew up, my parents would always say, lead by example. So leading by example still stands, basically. If you want to have a very good transformation of online, the leaders need to be hands-on to show that they actually know what they are talking about, particularly. Then people would actually listen, and the leaders themselves can actually experience what's going on, the difficulties and whatnot. Then you'll be able to understand more, right, Datuk Kath?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and on top of that, I do agree very much once with Dr. Nubiha that we've got to have that very good strategic plan. Now, looking at my clock, it's actually already 12:30. We're supposed to end, but I do have one last question that comes up from the YouTube before we finalize. How should the university or the higher education manage the course of online learning technology and its rapid evolution? All right. So, Datuk Kath, from the corporate sector, how do you think the organizations outside or corporate organizations can assist in helping the universities in managing the cost? And for Dr. Nubiha, from your perspective as well, I'll go with Datuk Kath first, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So I think that today it's very different from 10 years ago. There's a lot of cloud-based solutions. Mm-hmm. So cloud-based solutions really help you kind of pivot from one kind of technology, or upgrading the technology without having to invest in that yourself at the university level. So make use of whatever cloud-based solutions that you can find. Mm-hmm. And I think that's, to me, and of course, mobile. I think the other thing is, invest in mobility. Because again, you get away from being fixed to a certain type of, server, device, whatever. So mobility, cloud-based, I think that's the way to go.
All right, cool. Thank you, Datuk Kath. Dr. Nubiha?
I would say different institution has different financial constraint. And for that, they have to identify their utmost needs of their students. If they think the first thing that they need to do is infrastructure, and then start with that first. And if they think that infrastructure is now fine, then they can move step by step, like what Dr. Kathleen was saying, that you start small and you start in phases.
Yeah.
And when you want to start, you identify what is the most important for your own institution. Of course, we can always benchmark with other institutions, but at the end of the day, you understand your own students. For example, an institution located in Sabah, for example, has different needs than an institution in, for example, in Klang Valley. So we have to understand our students and our institution, and then we start small. We start in phases. I think many institutions do it that way, because we cannot avoid the cost of online learning technology, because it is rapidly we have rapid transitions to new technologies from day to day. So we have to identify our own students' needs first.
Yeah. I think that's good. If I may conclude, Dr. Kath and Dr. Nubiha, from our discussion, when we want to transform online education, of course, the nature is that we start with the leader. They have to put the priority. What are the needs that they need to do? Is either first, if it's infrastructure, and then once we got the infrastructure, the winning of the people, that is what Dr. Kath was mentioning, simple wins, so that people get motivated. We can't start suddenly, just go jump on AI, not knowing what is it all about, yeah? So we have to start slowly, although the pace has to be very fast, that's very, very challenging, but at the same time to focus on the stakeholders as well, which are the academics, like Datuk Kat is mentioning, the people in the institution itself, all right, and the students, meaning particularly looking into the content. So what the higher education needs to look into is definitely on designing courses, that can help and assist the educators to design the content. And on top of that, of course, the course budget and whatever not, yeah? So I think that is something that all of us need to look into. But I have to thank to these two beautiful ladies who are with me today. We actually exceeded the time, but I believe that the participants have learned so much. Thank you so much for the question. I have to thank Datuk Kat definitely for your time, for being with us, and Dr. Nubiha as well. So I think that's about it. I'll pass it to the MC. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you also, Dr. Kath, and also Dr. Yasrina.
Hoping to see you guys again. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yas, Datuk Kat, and Dr. Nubiha. Very interesting session, lively as always. I thought we can get rid from talking about yoga and cooking classes, but that actually brings us close to our lunch break. And just my take on the discussion. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, nevertheless, one of the points to ponder is that human intelligence is always vital to ensure technology play its roles in this era, and that must come from a leader. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our AM session in our summit today. And to all our valued participants, we are going to have our lunch break just in a moment, and we will be back at 2 p.m. local time, about 1.5 hours from now. And see you later. Please do not forget to just go through our virtual booth, and also the what we call briefcase that can be just click at the bottom of your platform. Right. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. See you later.
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or UIAM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. UIAM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. UIAM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. UIAM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of UIAM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and UIAM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land just like a garden within a valley surrounded by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at IRUM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IRUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management or KLM. IRUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IRUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEPT, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Center for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centers under AKEPT organizational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organizing leadership development program. The CLD leadership program is designed based on the AKEPT leadership competency model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEPT Signature Program, AKEPT Smart Partnership Program, AKEPT Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEPT Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Center for Leadership Development. Do join us at AKEPT, as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with AKEPT in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Creating change for sustainability requires well-designed initiatives to make a real impact on the ground, and this is the reason behind the establishment of Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity. The center is pushing for change towards sustainability in 3 focus areas: making IUM a green campus, creating Sejahtera neighborhood through RCE Greater Gombak, and reorienting education for sustainable development. Within 2 years of its establishment, despite limited resources, the center had driven significant changes towards whole institution transformation in the curriculum, research agenda, student activism, and daily operation towards sustainability, sejahtera, spirituality, and the futures.
The impact is proven when IIUM has won 3 international recognition: RCE Greater Gombak, the Sustainability Institution of the Year 2020, 8 RCE Awards 2020. The whole institution transformation then led to whole community transformation, which the impact can be seen in 3 outcomes. More than 200 refugees benefited from the engagement. More than 2,000 students have enrolled in sustainable development courses. More than 1,000 poor households have received aid and support from the center.
To ensure that changes for sustainability are really creating impact on the ground, the center has adopted 3 strategies. 1. All the initiatives conducted are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders towards transdisciplinary solution. Secondly, non-conventional communication strategies, moving away from the formalities, excessive protocols and bureaucracy. Thirdly, adopting the approach of connecting the dots for sustainability, believing that one small sustainability good practice can create a ripple effect towards bigger sustainable impact. These achievements and impacts are impossible without the presence of strong teamwork, unity, and selflessness of small number of committed, passionate, and talented people.
Public-private partnership review in the long term.
Would like to personally welcome and thank all panelists to be engaged, not only to staff.
The Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
life and so on. And I especially commented
there's a number of injustices have been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
One can integrate innovation from
Malaysia. A Malaysian plant yesterday.
It's of everybody who is in my age group.
And then you begin the dots. And underneath are all the United Nations days.
So I think our countries, other countries, learn from this.
And when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Should add into it to do
the lecture and nature. Is it natural or is it can be developed?
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship programs, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes.
All this culture can be embedded.
For sustainable development, it's a network of existing common.
So academics, so 70% for planning that they have stress, as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with, leadership.
So we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
To apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region.
Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization? And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy dean.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Situasi ilmu itu perlu ada. Bila nak ada ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita maju ke hadapan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini, budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami, adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak fungsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti mesti dihantar ke di the vaccine rollout ya.
Kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us apart from being academicians is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or UIAM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. UIAM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. UIAM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. UIAM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of UIAM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and UIAM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization or ISTEC. ISTEC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley, surrounded by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at UIAM or SASMEC in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another UIAM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies or CFS in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management or KLM. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEPT, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Center for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centers under AKEPT organizational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organizing leadership development program. The CLD leadership program is designed based on the AKEPT leadership competency model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEPT Signature Program, AKEPT Smart Partnership Program, AKEPT Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEPT Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Center for Leadership Development. Do join us at AKEPT, as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with AKEPT in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Creating change for sustainability requires well-designed initiatives to make a real impact on the ground, and this is the reason behind the establishment of Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity. The center is pushing for change towards sustainability in 3 focus areas: making IUM a green campus, creating Sejahtera neighborhood through RCE Greater Gombak, and reorienting education for sustainable development. Within 2 years of its establishment, despite limited resources, the center had driven significant changes towards whole institution transformation in the curriculum, research agenda, student activism, and daily operation towards sustainability, sejahtera, spirituality, and the futures.
The impact is proven when IUM has won 3 international recognition: RCE Greater Gombak, the Sustainability Institution of the Year 2020, 8 RCE Awards 2020. The whole institution transformation then led to whole community transformation, which the impact can be seen in 3 outcomes. More than 200 refugees benefited from the engagement. More than 2,000 students have enrolled in sustainable development courses. More than 1,000 poor households have received aid and support from the center.
To ensure that changes for sustainability are really creating impact on the ground, the center has adopted 3 strategies. 1. All the initiatives conducted are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders towards transdisciplinary solution. Secondly, non-conventional communication strategies, moving away from the formalities, excessive protocols and bureaucracy. Thirdly, adopting the approach of connecting the dots for sustainability, believing that one small sustainability good practice can create a ripple effect towards bigger sustainable impact. These achievements and impacts are impossible without the presence of strong teamwork, unity, and selflessness of small number of committed, passionate, and talented people.
Public-private partnership revealed in the long term.
Would like to personally welcome and thank all panelists to be engaged not only to start
the Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
of life and so on. And I especially commented
that a number of injustices have been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
One can integrate innovation for
Malaysia. A Malaysian plant yesterday.
It's of everybody who is in my age group.
And then you begin to because both adopt. And underneath are all the United Nations days. So I think our country also, other countries, learn from this. And
when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Focusing on educating, mobilizing, organizing staff and students.
Higher learning institutions autonomy with accountability. So themes were sustainability in leadership, autonomy and talent building.
Whether the lecture and nature, is it natural or is it can be developed?
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship programs, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes to
all this culture can be embedded.
As far as the culture of the country is concerned, each country
for Sustainable Development is a network of existing common
academics. Yeah, so 70% complaining that they have stress as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with of leadership.
So we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
We need to apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region.
Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization?
And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Situasi ilmu tu perlu ada. Bila nak ada ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita maju ke hadapan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami, adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak kongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti
mesti dihantar ke lab.
di the vaccine rollout ya.
Tapi kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Eksekusi saintifik, pemetaan bidang
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us apart from being academicians is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia or UIAM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. IIUM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development, or CELPAD, and IIUM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley, surrounded by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at IIUM, or SASMEC in Kuantan, was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies, or CFS, in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEPT, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Center for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centers under AKEPT organizational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organizing leadership development program. The CLD leadership program is designed based on the AKEPT leadership competency model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEPT Signature Program, AKEPT Smart Partnership Program, AKEPT Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEPT Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Center for Leadership Development. Do join us at AKEPT, as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with AKEPT in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Creating change for sustainability requires well-designed initiatives to make a real impact on the ground, and this is the reason behind the establishment of Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity. The center is pushing for change towards sustainability in 3 focus areas: making IUM a green campus, creating Sejahtera neighborhood through RCE Greater Gombak, and reorienting education for sustainable development. Within 2 years of its establishment, despite limited resources, the centre had driven significant changes towards whole institution transformation in the curriculum, research agenda, student activism, and daily operation towards sustainability, sejahtera, spirituality, and the futures.
The impact is proven when UIAM has won 3 international recognition: RCE Greater Gombak, the Sustainability Institution of the Year 2020, 8 RCE Awards 2020. The whole institution transformation then led to whole community transformation, which the impact can be seen in 3 outcomes. More than 200 refugees benefited from the engagement. More than 2,000 students have enrolled in sustainable development courses. More than 1,000 poor households have received aid and support from the centre.
To ensure that changes for sustainability are really creating impact on the ground, the centre has adopted 3 strategies. 1. All the initiatives conducted are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders towards transdisciplinary solution. Secondly, non-conventional communication strategies, moving away from the formalities, excessive protocols and bureaucracy. Thirdly, adopting the approach of connecting the dots for sustainability, believing that one small sustainability good practice can create a ripple effect towards bigger sustainable impact. These achievements and impacts are impossible without the presence of strong teamwork, unity, and selflessness of small number of committed, passionate, and talented people.
Public-private partnership review. In the long term,
would like to personally welcome and thank all panelists to be engaged, not only to staff.
The Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
of life and so on. And I especially commented
that a number of injustices have been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
One can integrate innovation from
Malaysia. A Malaysian plant yesterday.
This of everybody who is in my age group,
and then you begin to because both the top and underneath are all the United Nations days.
So I think our country also, other countries learn from this. And
when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Focusing on educating, mobilizing, organizing staff and students.
Higher learning institutions autonomy with accountability. So themes were sustainability in leadership, autonomy and talent building.
Whether the nature and nature is it natural or is it can be developed.
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship programs, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes.
All this culture can be embedded.
For sustainable development, it's a network of existing compounds.
Academics, so 70% for planning that they have stress, as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with, leadership.
So we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
To apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems. Choose of the sustainable development in this region.
Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization? And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Situasi ilmu tu perlu ada. Bila nak jadi ilmu ni,
mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita majukan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami, adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjagakan banyak kongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti
mesti dihantar ke
di the vaccine rollout ya.
Tapi kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Saintifik, pemetaan bidang
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, an international award-winning institution for sustainability, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. English and Arabic are used as the medium of instructions to enhance its global orientation. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The university has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, each providing different fields of study. IIUM offers nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. Gombak campus is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, a conducive environment for study. Kuliah of River Knowledge and Human Sciences, or KIRTHS, is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and river knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development, or CELPAD, and IIUM, Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Pasaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley, surrounded by lush greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The Sultan Ahmad Shah Medical Center at IIUM, or SASMEC in Kuantan, was built on 27.8 acres of land for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary referral center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is the Center for Foundation Studies, or CFS, in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution. One of it is to serve the Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Ikram, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEPT, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Center for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centers under AKEPT organizational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organizing leadership development program. The CLD Leadership Program is designed based on the AKEPT Leadership Competency Model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEPT Signature Program, AKEPT Smart Partnership Program, AKEPT Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEPT Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Center for Leadership Development. Do join us at AKEPT, as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with AKEPT in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Creating change for sustainability requires well-designed initiatives to make a real impact on the ground, and this is the reason behind the establishment of Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity. The center is pushing for change towards sustainability in 3 focus areas: making IUM a green campus, creating Sejahtera neighborhood through RCE Greater Gombak, and reorienting education for sustainable development. Within 2 years of its establishment, despite limited resources, the center had driven significant changes towards whole institution transformation in the curriculum, research agenda, student activism, and daily operation towards sustainability, sejahtera, spirituality, and the futures.
The impact is proven when IUM has won 3 international recognition: RCE Greater Gombak, the Sustainability Institution of the Year 2020, 8 RCE Awards 2020. The whole institution transformation then led to whole community transformation, which the impact can be seen in 3 outcomes. More than 200 refugees benefited from the engagement. More than 2,000 students have enrolled in sustainable development courses. More than 1,000 poor households have received aid and support from the center.
To ensure that changes for sustainability are really creating impact on the ground, the center has adopted 3 strategies. 1. All the initiatives conducted are multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders towards transdisciplinary solution Secondly, non-conventional communication strategies, moving away from the formalities, excessive protocols and bureaucracy. Thirdly, adopting the approach of connecting the dots for sustainability, believing that one small sustainability good practice can create a ripple effect towards bigger sustainable impact. These achievements and impacts are impossible without the presence of strong teamwork, unity, and selflessness of small number of committed, passionate, and talented people.
Public-private partnership we will, in the long term.
I would like to personally welcome and thank all panelists who will be engaged not only to start
the Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
life and so on. And I especially commented
that a number of injustices have been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
One can integrate innovation from
So that's Malaysia.
a Malaysian plant yesterday.
It's of everybody who is in my age group.
And then you begin to both the top. And underneath are all the United Nations days. So I think our country also, other countries learn from this. And
when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Should add into it to do for the women to go golfing, so they get another big network than playing golf.
Mainly focusing on educating, mobilizing, organizing staff and students.
Higher learning institutions autonomy with accountability. So themes were sustainability in leadership, autonomy and talent building.
Whether the lecture and nature, it is natural or it can be developed.
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship programs, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
Experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes.
All this culture can be embedded.
actually, in their current challenging economic condition,
No one is bad for them.
Completely change when we enter the workforce.
As far as the culture of the country is concerned, each country
for sustainable development is a network of existing compounds.
academics. Yeah, so 70% for planning that they have stress as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with leadership.
so we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
to apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region.
Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization? And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy dean.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Situasi ilmu tu perlu ada. Bila nak jadi ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita maju ke hadapan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
kita Islami. Adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak perkongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti.
Mesti dihantar ke bulan.
Di the vaccine rollout ya.
Tapi kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on the online platform of the Higher Education Leadership Summit, HILS 2022, with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand, jointly organized by AKEPT and UIAM. Well, it's good to see the number of participants in both the number of participants and viewers in both Zoom and YouTube platform increase, from this morning. And this is the beauty of technology, when we can still share and disseminate knowledge despite the attack of COVID-19. And ladies and gentlemen, just a few reminders to everyone that there are 19 virtual booths for everyone to visit, especially the booth from the public universities and polytechnics in Malaysia, and the person in charge are there, the person in charge of each and every booth or each and every institutions are there to chat with you. And this is the opportunity for all of you to virtually meet and greet those people from the international office of the respective, what we call it, institution, yeah? And take this opportunity and take this event to create and develop your network. There are also chances for all of you to discuss for future collaboration and exchange programs, yeah? And do not neglect this chance today and of course tomorrow. And you can also share your business card or contact number in our network room as well. Just browse the button that you can see in the Zoom platform home screen for you to just go and virtually visit the booth, go and check the briefcase, and also visit the plenary hall. All right, okay, now let us now get to business. It is 2 p.m. local time, and the next session will discuss on a topic, strategic collaboration, leading a culture of diversity and inclusion, which will be handled by Madam Nur Aminah Kustur as the moderator. Madam Nur Aminah is from IUM, and she is now on the platform, and I pass the platform over to her. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Shahrizad. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, good afternoon, and good night, wherever you are around the globe. Yeah, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you to this afternoon session with the topic of strategic collaboration, leading a culture of diversity and inclusion. Once again this afternoon, yeah, we have 3 ladies in the session, including myself. Okay, we know it's quite challenging when the program is conducted after the lunch hour. However, we are very fortunate this afternoon to have our 2 speakers who come from different background. Yeah, we have Dr. Kumita Tevadas from Universiti Malaysia. And of course, we have Miss Niktasha Nikamaruddin from Sunway Group Malaysia. How are you? Yeah?
Thank
you.
you.
Before we begin the sharing session with our speakers this afternoon, yeah, which will be conducted in a dialogue format, allow me to introduce a little bit about their backgrounds. Yeah. Dr. Kumita Tevadas is a director of Life Program. She is currently a senior lecturer at Universiti Malaysia. She is regarded as a dynamic, versatile young leader who is constantly inspiring others around her with her new ideas and never-ending energy, Dr. Kumita. And despite having only joined USM in 2014, actually her strength were immediately recognized, and she was tasked with spearheading many education and science-based efforts. And Dr. Kumita actually doesn't only contribute to the university, but also works with various NGOs, academia, ministries, and industries. And she is able to bring everyone together with her abilities, also recognized internationally actually, and she is often involved with global initiative in sharing knowledge and raising awareness in the field of medical and sciences, Dr. Kumita. And our second speaker, going back to our second speaker, Dr. Miss Niktasha Nikamaruddin. How are you?
Good.
She is a senior general manager, Group Brand Marketing and Communication of Sunway Group Malaysia. She holds a degree in law from Oxford Brookes University, United Kingdom, and a master's degree in social science and international business finance from the University of Westminster, United Kingdom. Prior to joining Sunway, Ms. Tasha had triple-headed in marketing and communications, business development and client organization within Ipsos Group, managing key clients, including Nestle, Bank Negara, and several Malaysian ministries, and was involved in the strategic development of Ipsos brand growth as well as strengthening its core brand value. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have very interesting topic actually this afternoon. Strategic collaboration, leading a culture of diversity and inclusion. And we know that diversity and inclusion are very important for any organization in instilling collaboration culture. And diversity and inclusion actually are two sides of a coin. We know diversity is quite useless without inclusion, and so is inclusion without diversity. And we have to prepare more diverse and inclusive work environment, especially in today's digital and culturally dynamic business world. Yeah? When we talk about diversity, a diverse environment actually represents the full spectrum of demographic differences in terms of race, religion, gender, age, socio-economic status, and etc. While inclusive culture actually is one in which all people, regardless of their background or demographic makeup, feel welcome. So when we talk about strategic collaboration leading a culture of diversity and inclusion, there are two elements here: strategic collaboration and culture of diversity and inclusion. So to both speakers, my first question actually, what is meant by strategic collaboration? And what is the experience of USM and Sunway in the kind of strategic collaboration that both of you practice? Is it with industry? Is it with community or others? Or actually, whom do you think that the university can work with in order to ensure that the collaboration becomes a reality? Maybe I give to Dr. Kumita first to start the ball rolling. Is it okay?
Thank you so much, Madam Yin. All right, great question. I'm going to answer this question in the context of a program that USM launched recently. So what we wanted to do was we got together a group of people and we asked them, what do you foresee as the very ideal type of education system? So, assuming there were no barriers, no restrictions, how do you envision it to be? That group of people all had very similar answers. They wanted it to break the mold of conventional learning, so that was definitely one. They also wanted it to make students be more industry ready, be more marketable. But then we also decided to take it one step further. We decided to challenge the norms of education, and we asked, what would happen if you take the sciences and introduce them to the arts, and vice versa? By creating this very diverse type of environment, what would happen to our students? Would that make them a lot better? So since this was itself a very sort of non-traditional type of approach, what we were looking for in terms of strategic collaborations were, of course, people who shared our values and objectives. So people who could broaden our reach and engagement, people who provide us real life feedback to our students, so key players in the field, and of course, people who are non-traditional, flexible, and dynamic themselves. So what ended up happening at the end was that was how the LIFE program was born, and we had first-year students across all different majors who took 6 different courses, specifically financial and digital literacy, sustainable development goals, climate change resilience, computational and design thinking, and grit as well. And we ended up working with people from very diverse backgrounds. So we had collaborators from international and local. We also worked with ministry, we also worked with industry, we also worked with NGOs, and also local businesses who were very keen on supporting us as well. What was fantastic about it was that they were not just keen on supporting the program, but it ended up being very long-term collaborations for USM. So they ended up being involved in a lot of different aspects, offering internships to the students, offering leadership training to the students. So it's been great. So that was a fantastic model for USM.
Okay, we know Sunway Group is a very big company, Ms. Tasha. Okay, even actually your organization or your company having multidisciplinary projects from real estate, construction, healthcare, more leisure to education. So Ms. Tasha, what about your experience in the Sunway Group? Actually, what is meant by a strategic collaboration for the Sunway, and with whom actually you have the collaboration with? Okay, Ms. Tasha.
Thank you. Thank you. So as you know, Sunway has 13 key pillars that we look at as Puan Nur Amina mentioned. We are from healthcare to education to property. But what actually, when we look at strategic collaboration, collaboration, not only internally where we work together, but in terms of the topic of diversity and inclusivity, we wanted to focus more on the commitment we've made many years ago on Sustainable Development Goals. And through the Sustainable Development Goals, there were a few elements that we wanted to prioritize. So leaving no one behind to make sure that everybody gets the same as much as we can in terms of the level of education and understanding and training and development as well. So I'm just going to take two examples that we are recently doing at Sunway in terms of focusing on how we strategically collaborate. Recently, we have collaborated in terms of long-term with the Malaysia AIDS Foundation at Sunway Group to look at how we can assist the HIV patients, especially in Sabah and Sarawak. Why we decided to focus a lot on this is because Sabah and Sarawak, as you know, is a very vast land, and it's really difficult if you have HIV to get to where you need medication and you need a lot of assistance. So this is where Sunway feels that we can do more in terms of our assistance to the community that sometimes is not really heard within a community, is a smaller part of the community. So hopefully with this long-term commitment that we have Malaysia AIDS Foundation in terms of the strategic collaboration, it will help in terms of our commitment to the SDG goals to leave no one behind. The other something that I would like to highlight is in terms of the strategic collaboration, we have been working a lot with Malaysian Red Crescent over the years. And recently, as you know, unfortunately, Malaysia has gone through a lot of there were a lot of floods happening around Malaysia as we were turning into 2022. We actually collaborated strategically with the Malaysian Red Crescents to ensure that we could help as many as we can. So in that sense, we worked with all our business units, from hotels to provide the food, from Sunway Lagoon to provide, as you know, Sunway Lagoon is a wonderful theme park. So they had pelampong, they had, you know, all the boats to help and actually get to the victims. And all through this is from our CSR perspective. So the recent floods was another example. We also have examples where we work through education, where we teach the children in schools, SMK Sunway and in Ipoh, in Johor, wherever we are, in terms of the importance of sustaining the sustaining food, in terms of learning how to, you know, plant your own vegetables. So with that, we actually collaborated with our entity Sunway X Farm to teach children on how to, you know, be sustaining in terms of know where their food come from and how to grow your own food, because you know food security is something that is a concern in the future as well. So these are just three of the examples in terms of strategic collaboration that we do in terms of internally and externally. Thank you.
Okay, so we know, Dr. Kumita mentioned that when we talk about strategic collaboration, in terms of USM experience, we are focusing more on the student, in terms of internship, or how we have short-term and long-term collaboration. And Ms. Tasha mentioned about how Sunway actually focus and initiate the program that much related to sustainable development goals. Then, our question is that actually when we talk about the idea of such a program, we have such a program, and sometimes this program based on certain event, like Ms. Tasha mentioned, when we have flood, and now we have pandemic. So in your personal opinion, and your personal opinion and capacity, how actually can we institutionalize this program or this whatever project that we have? Maybe Dr. Kumita?
Okay, thanks again for the question. So great question again. So for us, when it came to the LIFE program, we didn't start it because of the floods or the pandemic, although that did affect how we ran and we structured the program. So we started it for various reasons. So one, of course, re-envisioning learning, empowering students, providing students with all these different skill sets that they need to thrive in the world. world. We also wanted to create equal opportunity. For USM in particular, we have 60% of our students who are from the B40 community. So we also wanted to make a difference in terms of socioeconomic change for them and of course for their family as well. So for us, when it comes to strategic collaboration, diversity, inclusion, we know that by having all these different aspects when it comes to education, it does encourage collaboration across departments. You do help to achieve all these different goals. In terms of the pandemic itself, how it did affect our program was that it helped us think about how we still be able to make education accessible to people, if they are stuck in some area somewhere, if they don't have internet access across, all the time. But in terms of institutionalizing it, for this program in particular, it actually did get the attention of the Ministry of Higher Education. So we actually were invited to present this at the Bengkel Kaji Semula MPU, so the university courses. So it's actually a great step for us. So if all goes well, the live program and the contents will be offered, I guess, across to all the different universities. We are also reaching out to different private universities and universities abroad to hopefully replicate these different modules and be able to share our knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kumita. Okay, maybe we go to Ms. Dasha. How actually Sunway institutionalize all this program, like you said, actually several program under Sunway, you focus on sustainable development goal. Okay, Ms. Tasha.
Okay, I think now for a company like Sunway, especially post the pandemic, we cannot escape on walking the talk. That means committing, and how do we institutionalize this commitment? I think one good example is under our philosophy, we also SDGs and also ESG, where every organization has to look at economic growth, society, and governance. And I think these are the key topics or key areas that each corporation needs to focus on. And that immediately implies to all our commitment and how do we look at it from an institution perspective. So if you look at it, once you have that as a top of mind for the governance of the organization. So if you look at the pandemic, for example, the minute we were looking at creating a center, as you know, Sunway Convention Center was actually the center that we provided, complimentary to the government in order to get all the everybody in Petaling Jaya, all 1.8 million to be vaccinated actually last year. So that is to show that we as an institution actually was walking the talk to commit ourselves that it was not about just Sunway making, a lot of creating a lot of opportunities for the economy, but we also look at in terms of society, and that is something that we have been doing, especially during the pandemic. Another thing that I would like to mention is in terms of the training and development in Sunway, this has become a way of life actually, that we look at all the key components of the SDGs as the way we are reflected in how we do our work. So of course we are a private company, we are listed in Bursa, and also in Bursa there's a lot of governance to look at the ESG, so that is how we look at it being institutionalized.
Thank you, Ms. Dasha. It's just my question that we know Sunway Group is a very big company in Malaysia. So is there any programs that you have here with any public university or private university in Malaysia in terms of strategic collaboration that leading this inclusive, what we call it, leading towards what our topic today? Ms. Tasha?
We have a few actually. My colleagues in Sunway Education Group and Sunway University would be best. They do recently, as I know, they are doing one with UKM, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. And because we are multi-topic and multi-sector in terms of the modules that we have, it is very ongoing with private and public sector. Recently, Sunway School of Medical from SunMed did a collaboration with Taylor's University. So there's multiple collaboration that we're doing with local and international.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, when we talk about diversity and inclusion, actually, we have older generation and young generation. Older generation normally tend to view diversity in terms of race, demographics, equality, and representation. While young generation normally they are more of focusing on what we call it the ideas from different people about the thinking perspective, and normally this young generation more of look at the transparency and inclusivity in terms of the experience of the thinking compared to older generation. So maybe Dr. Kumita, what is your view on culture of diversity and inclusion? Actually how important and how actually we can go about to ensure our student, our young generation able to embrace this, particularly when actually we know right now Malaysian government wants to promote Keluarga Malaysia and also a generation that is aware of culture issues. So how actually we want to instill this to our young generation, especially our student, Dr. Kumita?
Okay, so I think both definitions, whether you belong, in the older generation where you categorize it in the traditional manner of, race, gender, age, socioeconomic group, or you're from the newer generation, the younger generation, where you look at, other aspects. I think both are equally important. I think, but from a student's perspective, I want to say for us to actually be able to instill this in them is students often look at what's taught in classes and leaders, and this can be just leaders in their field, leaders in the country as their role models. So for us to be able to talk about diversity and inclusion in students, it definitely extends beyond that, and I would say it is something that all of us have to consciously do. So for example, again, sort of going back to the LIFE program, it was actually a huge program that involved close to 800 people. We had, coordinators, facilitators, student helpers, and the participants themselves. So for the coordinators and the facilitators who conducted the course, we make sure that, for example, like in STEM, where in the STEM fields, people think that it's more male dominant. So we made sure that there were female lecturers as well, so students could actually see for themselves, look, there are fantastic female scientists in the field. For the student helpers, for example, we made sure that there were international student involvement, so that students could see, all right, whether I'm a local student or whether I'm an international student, who I am would be able to still contribute to the university. There's still this sense of belonging to the university. For participants, we made sure there was equal representation. Again, the conventional method of the conventional definition of diversity. So we made sure there were equal representations in terms of gender, age, ethnicity, socioeconomic group, nationality, and we also looked at majors and background. What we also did a bit differently was because we had breakout sessions for each of the courses. So again, remember, we had sciences who were introduced to the arts and vice versa. So with this breakout sessions, students actually got to see different perspectives. They would look at a common problem, but they quickly saw, okay, if you are of this particular ethnicity, or if you're even from this particular major, because of your training, you would have very, very different outlooks on it. So it actually taught the students to sort of take a step back and sort of view and think about why did they have those perspectives, why did they have those biases, and how did other people look at it. And by them being trained to look at things that way, they were also able to relate to other problems in the community from, again, all these different perspectives. So altogether, sort of, structuring the program that way, it did give them a very, very different, fulfilling type of experience.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kumita. Very interesting. Okay, actually, this is question from YouTube, to Ms. Tasha. Okay. because just now, yeah, you talk about SDG. So Sunway links it to CSR to tie on the SSD goals. How actually, Ms. Tasha, do you map and measure the outcomes? Yeah?
Thank you for that question, actually. It's a very good question. So Sunway, not every year, we don't only come up with our annual report now. We have the sustainable report. That means whatever good in terms of sustainability that we do, we have to report, or whatever improvements. So the key measures is we measure impact. And this ties back to Puan Amina's questions just now with regards to how the younger generation wants to look at impact, right? And how you make a difference. I think gone were the days where, you know, whatever you are taught, that's the only thing you will learn. With social media now, you can ask everybody the same question and you will probably get multiple different answers. So what you need to do is you need to understand and focus on what is your goal and what is your focus. So in terms of how we map and measure outcome, in Sunway it's very simple. We have short-term goals for CSR. That means we help people during the flood release, for example, or during pandemic, and we have long-term commitments. And we measure those impact differently. So the measurement of impact for the long term may take 2-3 years to see. But in terms of the differences that we make, in terms of the collaboration we make, in terms of how we make a difference in a person's life, we have a long-term impact. The short term is actually to really help the community and how to make a difference. And also the question earlier was about how do we give that confidence and assurance to the younger generation. Basically now, with the digital age, we cannot escape if we commit to do something, we have to do it. Because if not, somebody can just take a video and say, oh, you said this and you didn't do it actually. So you need to say that the minute we commit something, that commitment needs to happen, because if not, people would not trust your brand anymore. People would not believe in what you're going to say. And I do believe that this generation is more action-oriented. I was so pleased to see so many of the younger generation wanting to participate in helping with the flood victims, for example. You know, they were quick to say, okay, this is what I want to do for my community. So if you don't roll up your sleeves and be part of that, it's very difficult for us to convince the younger generation that we're walking the talk.
Thank you, Ms. Tasha. Maybe going back to Dr. Kumita, actually there is one interesting question from our participant. Yeah, actually, Dr. Kumita, interesting way of looking at strategic collaboration. How do you go about in getting the others to get the buy-in of the idea for the life? Yeah.
All right, thank you so much to the participant who gave this question. So I would answer this on several different levels. From the student perspective itself, I think, yeah, you may definitely get some students who think, okay, again, I'm from the sciences. What would it matter if I am skillful in computational and design thinking? But we do also, because of our strategic collaboration, so again, a lot of the companies that were involved, some of them were Dell, for example. So students actually had one-on-one sessions with the vice president of Dell, where they actually got to pitch their ideas as to how to resolve some problems that the community is facing. Another example of a collaborator we had was the vice president of a biotech company, Interman Biosciences, which is based in San Francisco. So immediately, if you look at our list of collaborators that we had involved in this, you would see that by itself was a very, very strong point. We also had people from the ministry. So for those of people who think they would like to understand what's the framework, what's the type of governance that goes on sort of behind the scenes, behind policies, that was also a great way to go about it. So it's not just the program itself. We also did have this element called an experience point system. It's a new assessment system that we introduced. So typically when we look at students, we look at their GPAs, and right now you do get a lot of students who are performing really, really well in schools. So how do you make them stand out? By having these experience point systems where at the end of the program, they get a transcript that says, this student is extremely skillful in leadership, or this student is extremely skillful in creative thinking, or this student is fantastic at, proposals or whatnot. That by itself would make them stand out. So I would say, again, in putting the live program together, we did talk to a lot of different people, a lot of different stakeholders. We found out from the industry what type of people they wanted in their companies. We spoke to ministries again to find out what sort of people may potentially be employed by them. We spoke to different deans, we spoke to professional bodies. We tried to make sure we addressed as many gaps as possible in the education system. So I think sort of putting all of that together, it does make for a very strong program that will hopefully be taken up by other universities in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Kumita. Okay, so you talk about how actually the live programs that you have in USM. Okay, then we know that our topic today is about leading a culture of diversity and inclusion. And diversity and inclusion are very important, especially in the matter of creativity and innovation. That's what we want among our students, to be more creative and innovative, enhance decision making. And so, in your opinion, maybe I can ask both of you, should there be any policy or a specific approach to ensure that this become a reality? And if there is, can you elaborate on this? Perhaps an assistant from the ministry or any other parties? Okay, maybe who, Dr. Kumita or Ms. Tasha can start first.
Dr. Kumita, you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
I'll go first, sure. All right, I'll go first. Thanks so much, Ms. Tasha. All right, so I want to say that with diversity and inclusion, at least to me, I think it goes beyond policies and slogans and hit counts. It is a well-known fact that employers who do practice diversity and inclusion tend to do a bit better than their competitors. So I want to say that it is something that hopefully just comes from within each company, because sometimes I think with policies, what ends up happening is that you end up with mechanism. So for example, if you have say 50% males, 50% females, if you say, all right, you must have a female in the top administration, they may just pick one for the sake of fulfilling that numbers. And I think that's something that is, quite challenging, or it's something that we do need to deal with. So I think probably how I look at this is, I would say every company that's out there, every group that's out there, we do need to be very honest with ourselves and how we look at it, in terms of, again, recruitment. Do you really have diversity? Do you really have true inclusion where all the different opinions are taken into consideration? And you do have diversity, for example, are they sort of divided across the different departments where they do get to contribute fairly? We also have to make sure there's no leaky pipeline. So for example, you start off again, say again 50% females, 50% males, but is your work environment or the class, for example, is it supportive, where there's no discrimination, where there's no microaggression that people tend to drop out or be discouraged? So I would say, to me personally, it is about being able to look at the whole big picture and making sure everything is fair and supportive, and that's just a very good platform for people to have an honest communication about that, and just to identify if there are any barriers that is in the way of preventing that.
Dr. Kumita, what about you, Ms. Tasha?
I think Dr. Kumita has addressed a lot from what is needed to be done. But I also think, we're all from Malaysia and we're all Asians. I think in Asia, it's always, we women has a lot of responsibilities, from being parents, from being, wives, daughters, and all that. So I think there also needs to be a lot of external support in order to make diversity and inclusion really happen. So one of the things that I think I read somewhere, and I may be wrong, actually there are more female students in university now, in local universities, than male, for example. But when you get to middle management in corporations, the balance shift, there are more male than females in the workforce as you get more senior. It also, as what Dr. Kumita says, we need to be aware and conscious on how we can help the females. But also I do believe from my 20 odd years working, it also is after a certain period, the woman gets more and more responsible on a lot of things in terms of family matters as well as work. And sometimes, although all of us would like to be superwomen, we're not, we're humans. And, sometimes we need to realize that we need a lot of support. And I think if you have that support system that is very strong, from the ministries to looking at nurseries and flexible timings to cooperation to allow that, I think that is one way actually to really help a woman move up the corporate ladder and become more senior. Because if not, after a few years, it gets very difficult for us to move forward and perform because of all these responsibilities that we have as female, as women.
Okay, we have another question from the participant. Okay. As young leaders, Dr. Kumita and Ms. Tasha, what will be the most important element to be considered in ensuring strategic collaboration works? This is actually from the participant. Maybe who will answer first, Dr. Kumita?
I think, to be fair, I think I'll go first.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think now there's a lot of commitment that, for example, Sunway, a lot of wonderful people would like to collaborate with us. But I think one thing that we do very, very well and very diligently in Sunway is to look at the post-impact of things. Because it's easy to sign off with a strategic collaboration and say, okay, let's do this, it's a great idea. But how that great idea will impact and what is the impact after that? At Sunway, we look at it end to end, from a great idea up to activation, up to execution, up to impact. So going back to one of the questions earlier, how do we measure impact? Impact studies and impact understanding is very important for us at Sunway, because we don't want to do something on the surface and say, okay, we tick all the boxes, we've done this at Sunway, but what actually we have done to the community, to our Sunway people. So that is important. So when we do strategic collaboration and alliance, we work with collaborators that value that as well, that actually wants to look at it in totality rather than just have an event or, or just a basic collaboration that doesn't really have real impact. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tasha.
I'll add on a bit. So my answer is somewhat related to what Ms. Tasha said, but for us, I think it's an alignment of values, objectives, and goals, which of course eventually does affect the impact. So for us, when we were working with different groups of people, again, we executed this program in the middle of a pandemic. So there were lots of things that we had to change sort of at the last minute. We had to improvise, we had to improve, sort of take all these different factors into consideration. But again, when our values and objectives were aligned, everyone sort of automatically, they were very accountable for it, right? They were very dynamic, they were very flexible about it. So at the end of the day, it was, say it was something where we wanted to empower female students, they still found different ways of making that happen. And again, it similar to what Ms. Tasha said, it wasn't just, a short, just a one-time thing. A lot of them were genuinely interested in all these different skill sets and all this different empowerment that we wanted to do. So it did end up being very successful because of that.
Okay, thank you. So we talk about the impacts. Ms. Tasha also mentioned that Sunway did that whatever strategic collaboration, there must be the impact studies, there must be the value, the collaborator, there's the impact. So from the perspective of the education, Dr. Kumita, actually, how actually we can measure the impact to the students? Is there any feedback from the student when we do this, what we call it, diversity and inclusion? Is there any feedback from student in terms of the impact?
Okay, so whenever diversity and inclusion is successfully implemented, we should see, I would say, 4 main changes. There should be an increase in emotional intelligence. There should be an increase in critical thinking because you are sort of hearing the perspective of different types of people. There should be an increase in collaboration and communication skills just because depending on what your background is, how you communicate something may be very different. How you resolve conflict is also very different. So I would say these are the 4 things that we expected to see an improvement on. And when we conducted our feedback among the students, so there are lots of different things. So one, we were also keen to see how, again, you know, the science students sort of perceive the arts classes and vice versa. And I need to refer to my notes for this. 95% of them thought it was fantastic. They loved the idea because they said it hadn't gone through that, they would have never realized that, you know, just by being exposed to different groups of students, they would be, you know, they would have all this sort of different benefits to it. 100% of them loved the program, by the way, which we are very proud of. And just sort of touching a little bit on the strategic collaborations, 96% of them also loved the strategic collaborations, the engagement that they constantly had with all the different leaders from industry in the field. And the breakout sessions that I mentioned earlier, where again, they got to interact with diverse people, 95% of them really loved the breakout session that we had. So overall, we scored between 95 to 100% across all the fields related to strategic collaboration and inclusion.
Okay, actually there is another question from our participant. Okay, to both of you or any one of you, in your opinion, what will be the future strategic collaboration looks like? Future strategic collaboration looks like. Okay.
Dr. Kumida, I'll go first actually. So I think that's a very interesting question, and I don't think I have all the answers now because post-pandemic, a lot of things have changed. But what I see would be more applicable on how we move forward in terms of strategic collaboration is the world has become borderless with digital technology. And, you know, it's also a great opportunity to showcase what we have done well in our company, in Malaysia, and it's easy to translate that and, you know, to showcase that. So I think what we need to bear in mind is everything that we do now is a hybrid model. We can, you know, although we are trying to make the impact within the community in Malaysia, but the understanding and of the impact and the goodwill can be actually explored in other parts of the world as well, because it's so easy now to connect with, you know, in a borderless world. So I think that is something we can do. And looking at it from how do we look at key challenges, I think it's also a great opportunity for us to learn because as I mentioned earlier, a lot of things are on social media now. When things go wrong, you can easily see, you know, how it went wrong, where it went wrong. So it's really quite easy for us to understand, okay, if we were to do this and take this as an example, these are the challenges and these are the examples on how, you know, we would avoid failure, for example. So that's my take on the question. Thank you.
Interesting answer by Ms. Naksha. For me, I think I agree. The pandemic has definitely made us rethink how we approach things, how we approach people. In the past, I would say we may have confined ourselves to the people that we may work with because everything was face-to-face, and we may have thought, all right, you know, this expertise that we want is just in the next state, I'll invite that person over. Whereas now, when we have shifted to an online education, there are certain things where we still may want to do face-to-face, but because that student may not be able to travel here, we'll think, all right, can we find a collaborator in Europe who can still do the same thing so that, you know, everyone who's sort of in that area would be able to go to sort of this remote site instead. So I think, yeah, it's definitely I would say broadened, who we've typically considered as collaborators, how we do things. So if anything, I say, I think this is, it's a positive thing for us.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ms. Tasha and Dr. Komita. Yeah, actually that is another question from the participant. Yeah. From your experience, why actually some strategic collaboration or alliance is underperform and fail? Yeah, maybe Ms. Tasha?
I think from my personal experience, sometimes when things fail is when you want to do too many things at the same time and you lose focus. So I think that is something that I think you learn, because sometimes when you have a lot of great things to do, you want to do everything at once. And I think that is sometimes a great recipe for disaster, actually. So I think the key thing is to focus and to excel and prioritize what you want to do in terms of your collaboration and initiatives.
I'm going to echo that. Yeah, definitely. I think, if you've decided to take on a bit more, and for whatever reason, some people may think, okay, since everything's online, I think I can handle a bit more, which is not necessarily true. I think there are certain barriers when you are handling things online. So I echo what Ms. Tasha said. I think if you are able to focus, you would be able to have a more successful collaboration.
Okay, yeah, actually not all things that we have done can always achieve or perform. Yeah? Okay, so okay, there is another question actually from the YouTube, from our participant, Dr. Fatma Shehu, I think, would like to ask actually the question to both of you. Yeah? Okay, how actually do you facilitate the perspective of different religions in Malaysia in your university and in your organization, in relation to SDG?
Okay, I'll take that first. I can only speak from a corporate perspective in this. For me, the Sustainable Development Goals doesn't hold any barriers in terms of religion, because it's a common topics and the common things that we need to champion in order to make sure that humanity will continue to survive and thrive. And it is as inclusive as possible. And if you look at the 17 SDG goals, it has never once mentioned on a religious perspective. It's more on how do we keep moving as human beings, how do we help each other, not just human beings, the environment, every single thing, living thing that we need to take care of on Earth and each other. So I think from that perspective, when we do our activations, when we implement SDGs at Sunway, it has never been about preferences towards religion, or religion has never come into play. When we help Malaysians, regardless of who. So recently, again, I'll take the example of the floods. We were there in Selangor, and Selangor, as you know, is a multi-racial place where all Malaysians live, including myself. When we help every single person that we know that can help, and as much as we can help.
I agree. So overall, I don't think it makes a big difference. Again, I think we're always Malaysians first, but I do think in certain areas, and again, this is not necessarily related to SDG per se, but for example, if you're talking about healthcare, there may be different people who respond differently to, say, acceptance of vaccines or acceptance to gene therapy, but that is very, I would say, very niche. And in times where differences do arise, what we always try to do is we always try to have an open communication. So again, just having a good platform where people can voice out their opinion, why they may or may not be okay with something, is there something in their particular belief system or their religion which makes them perhaps a bit more hesitant towards something. And we do try to take all of the voices into consideration. That's it from me.
Thank you, Ms. Tasha and Dr. Komita. Okay, we talk a lot about diversity and inclusion, and we talk about SDG as well, yeah, like Ms. Tasha stated just now, yeah, actually SDG is a common topic, yeah. We can't have everybody to get involved in SDG because SDG is taking care of the living things, the environment, yeah, all those things, yeah. So both of you are young leaders, you know, and then so actually, what do you think that the young ones need in order to establish diversity and inclusion strategy for especially for the higher education, and of course how actually when we do when they do this, actually we relate to SDG, of course. In other words, actually how actually we are going to build diversity and inclusion strategy among our young leaders. Okay, Ms. Tasha or Dr. Kumita, maybe you have experience or want
First
to
of all,
answer this?
thank you for calling me a young leader. I feel much younger. Yeah. I think what we need to start talking is not to look at SDG in silos. SDG is not something that you can do as a topic. SDG is part of what you do on a daily basis when you go to work. SDG is what you do daily when you go shopping, for example, you know. I do realize that the younger generation are more conscious on SDGs because they grew up with the concept. It's harder for a person my age, for example, to embrace it and say, okay, this is part of, you know, corporate culture, because it's something that has come in at most 10, 12 years ago. So the younger generation, what they need is guidance and to know that the older generation is open and we are not looking at SDG as a separate topic of how we do things in corporates. Is how we do things on a daily basis. It is part of every conversation, and from business planning to execution to looking at profits of a company, SDGs need to be part of the conversation. And I think if you do that, the younger generation would be more accepting to your company and your brand.
Okay.
My answer is a bit different. So I think for me, it's probably a bit of a personal, more from a personal experience. I think, you know, whether it's SDGs or probably any type of initiatives, again, you know, some people may think, all right, I'm really young, would people be open to this? So I'm going to say, I think, you know, young people should believe that change can start with them. You know, you don't need to be really high up or, you know, to actually be able to make that change. If you do notice that something's not right, if you do think you can make a change to the community, you should be able to do that. You can take small steps. You know, again, it might be starting something in your NGO, you know, before moving up to the national level, but that's completely okay. I think it's great if we learn how to be courageous and, you know, learn to be different. To be different, you know, be okay with taking risks. We may sometimes face a glass ceiling, and again, that's okay. We can learn how to break it. So I think just not being discouraged at any time, as long as we are good and we keep improving ourselves, I think we will definitely be able to contribute as much as we can to the country and the world.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kumita. Okay, we have another question from the participant here. Yeah. Okay, based on your experience, Ms. Tasha and Dr. Kumita, how and what to do to invite and convince people, especially colleagues, to have a continuous strategic collaboration or alliance with another party? Okay.
I think in terms of convincing, it's not just about strategic collaboration. You need to learn to work as a team. And sometimes things that we can achieve within the team is great. But sometimes also we need to have strategic collaboration with third parties because they might have expertise and knowledge that we might not you know, be fully well versed in. So I think it will be, one of the ways to convince is that it will be good for everybody's progression in life and career growth as well if you stand together and work together. to achieve that common goal, because most things that we do, unless it's an internal KPI that we have within the structure, usually we would need collaborative participation. From events to CSR, this is something we need to work as a community.
Sometimes I think there may be this fear that, you know, if you are sort of bringing someone else in, it may change how you do things, something that you're very comfortable with. So again, for me, I think it's sometimes small steps, you know, if it's something that you're a bit fearful of, it's okay to sort of say, all right, let's start with this collaboration, you know, maybe for a short duration of time to see how that works out, to see whether both parties can get along with each other, can contribute to each other, you know, are able to exchange knowledge and whatnot. And I think that will, again, give that particular colleague confidence to be able to continue with other strategic collaborations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, actually we have 5 minutes left here for this session. So maybe we have what we call it before we conclude. Anything from Ms. Tasha and Dr. Kumita before we end this session?
Nothing from me. I just want to say thank you so much for inviting myself and Sunway for this wonderful you know, event that you're hosting, and congratulations to all of you. And I hope whatever I've said has you know, is built for something positive and purposeful. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Ms. Tasha.
Thank you so much again to the organizers, Madam Min, Ms. Tasha, and to all the participants. Lots of questions. So if anyone did have any questions in particular related to USM or would like to collaborate with us in any way, do feel free to reach out at any time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kumita. So to conclude the session, okay, we know, the importance of diversity and inclusion, especially to our young generation, our students, and of course, having programs related to SDGs will promote actually the culture of diversity and inclusion, among our generation, and we have to work together, for us to achieve actually our common goals. And maybe the participant here, if you want to have a strategic collaboration or alliance with USM or Sunway Group, okay, we have Ms. Tasha and Dr. Kumita here, most welcome, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, actually we come to the end of this session. So, we would like to thank our speakers, our beautiful ladies for this afternoon, Dr. Kumita and Ms. Tasha, for your informative and interesting talk and sharing. And to all our participants, thank you for your active participation. Hopefully our sharing this afternoon will be beneficial to all of us. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye, Ms. Tasha, Dr. Kumita.
All right. Thank you, Madam Min, Dr. Kumita, and Ms. Tasha. Well, my take on this issue after listening to this, after listening to the discussion of these 3 lovely ladies, is that it's all about our capability to adapt to the changes due to the pandemic, and there is no other way for us to actually get connected but to go fully online or hybrid, and on top of that, inclusion strategies are vital to develop the sense of connection and belonging and an engaging culture, especially in an organization. And it is time for me to nurture our young generation on the importance of cultural diversity and also inclusion. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's about it. We have done with our second discussion session, by the way, and I just would like to humbly remind everyone to actually visit our other rooms, in the Zoom platform, the exhibition booth hall, which offers virtual information you need on the participating institutions. Yeah? And the organizer also provides a network room for you to mingle around with the rest of the participants. And it would be best if you can join the room. Why not? This is a time for you to develop and create your own network, despite the barriers of not, being able to meet face to face. Yeah, and the materials of the summit, yeah, which are actually shared by the speakers and panelists are also there in the briefcase. And it is not only for you to access, but for you to download. Yeah, so just feel free to go and browse, or just go and access and visit the briefcase as well. Yeah, and then the schedule and biodata of the speakers and panelists can all be browsed in the plenary hall. Yeah, it's only one click away at the bottom of your platform. The Zoom platform home screen. Yeah. All right. So enough reminding. I think we are just on time now. It is 3 p.m. local time. So let us move on to the next session. And the next session will be a discussion on a topic entitled Community Well-being and Inclusive Environment. All right. So I think before we move on, or before we call upon the moderator to start with the discussion, I just would like to invite everyone to help yourself with a cup of your own afternoon tea and sit back and listen to the discussion in our summit today. Yeah. So without further ado, let us now call upon Associate Professor Dr. Yasir Muhammad Mustafa from IUM as the moderator to discuss on the community well-being and inclusive environment. So over to you, Dr. Yasir.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all the participants of AKEPT Higher Education Leadership Summit AHILS 2022. Its slogan, Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage, and Expand. Okay, welcome to the third session, where we want to discuss about community well-being and inclusive environment. Okay, probably a short introduction first. Yeah, our national education philosophy of this country, Malaysia, says that education in Malaysia is an ongoing effort towards further developing the potential of individuals in a holistic and integrated manner, so as to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically balanced and harmonious based on the firm belief in and devotion to God. Okay, such effort is designed to produce Malaysian citizens who are knowledgeable and competent, who possesses high moral standards, who are responsible and capable of achieving high level of personal well-being, as well as being able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, the society, and the nation at large. Okay, this education philosophy basically tells us that our education, this effort of educating Malaysians, basically to produce individuals who eventually can contribute back to the community and society, bringing well-being and inclusive environment to all. This morning, our education minister, she reminded us what she said in her amanat for this year, in 2022, where she explained about Sejahtera IPT Blueprint, which consists of 7 strategies to enhance the excellence in Malaysian higher education institutions. One of the strategies which is relevant to this session, basically the 5th strategy talked about the need for the universities to be the driver of well-being of local communities. This is basically in line with our national education of philosophy. Basically, to achieve this, universities should be in the forefront, forging partnerships with the communities in designing and implementing new solutions for society through social innovations. In the pursuit of social innovations, importance of knowledge cannot just be valued with whether the knowledge is marketable or whether it can increase productivity. But we have to value knowledge produced by all these higher education or universities, Okay, we have to value that knowledge by taking into account the creation of social well-being, okay, the impact on the quality of life, and the co-creation of knowledge with the partners. Okay, I personally believe that in order for universities to seriously contribute to the local community, okay, we must shift our focus from only obsessing about our institutional reputation, which we are really into now, okay, dreaming about becoming world class, okay, based on one size fits all criteria defined by someone else, by external companies or agencies. Okay, we have to switch, or we have to shift our focus to focus about the real impact. Okay, to focus about real impact, creating real impact to the communities and society. Okay, bringing well-being to them. Leaders of higher education, okay, must be courageous to define their own criteria, okay, of success, tell it towards your local community. Okay, because we all have our own locality criteria. Okay, with us today, okay, for this session, okay, we have two very esteemed speakers, okay, Dr. Hajah Hayatila Zainal Abidin, okay, CEO of Samdabi Foundation, and Professor Datu Muhammad Fazil Abdul Rahman, okay, who is currently the Assistant Vice Chancellor, Leadership and Development of UNIMAS. Welcome, Dr. Yatila and Prof. Fazil.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasir.
Okay, before we begin, let me introduce you guys. I'll begin with Dr. Yatila first. Dr. Hajah Yatila Zainal Abidin is the Chief Executive Officer, CEO of Yayasan Samdabi or Samdabi Foundation, a position which she has held for more than 12 years. Yayasan Samdabi is a philanthropic arm of 3 Samdabi companies, which is Samdabi Berhad, Samdabi Plantation Berhad, and Samdabi Property Berhad. Yayasan Samdabi focuses on 5 pillars, okay, which is education, community and health, environment, sports, and art and culture. Okay, these strategies are aligned to 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs of United Nations, so that the impact would be towards achieving balance in social, economic, and environment dimension of sustainability. Okay, Dr. Yatila holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Accounting and Finance, which she obtained from the University of Wales, Aberystwyth in United Kingdom. She completed her Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, professional degree at Marlwood College of Accountancy, London, and went to obtain her ACCA fellowship. Due to her interest in education of the underprivileged, Dr. Yatila had completed her doctoral degree at Universiti Utara Malaysia with a thesis entitled Using Life Stories to Understand the Development of Resilience in the Underprivileged. Okay, so that's about Dr. Yatila. Okay, next I'll introduce you about Professor Datu Muhammad Fazil Abdul Rahman. Okay, Professor Fazil is currently the Assistant Vice Chancellor, Leadership and Development, as well as the current interim chairman of UNIMAS Holdings Berhad. Over the years, he has built a strong profile as a political analyst and domestic politics, has been invited to speak on platforms such as Astro Awani, RTM, TV3, and TVS, TV Sarawak, I assume. His latest commentaries were on Sarawak's economy and politics, having been invited to the Econ Forum hosted by TVS as a panelist, and a commentary of Sarawak state election in December 2020 at RTM. His written article covering the Malaysian political landscape and has also appeared in platforms such as Berita Harian, Suara Sarawak, Bernama, The Malay Mail, and several others. He was also appointed as the head of COVID-19 Task Force for Higher Education in Sarawak since 2020. He currently oversees students and staff welfare, both IPTA and IPTS during this pandemic. Prior to his current role as Assistant Vice Chancellor, he has served UNIMAS as Deputy Vice Chancellor under the Student Affairs Divisions. Okay, that's about the two speakers, very well known. I believe if I read the full bio, it'll be much longer. Okay, but knowing two of them, I believe they can basically share the knowledge, share their expert views about this topic brilliantly, inshallah. Okay, and we all hopefully can benefit from what they have discussed. Okay, to start off the forum, okay, I'd like to invite Dr. Ajayatela to talk about what SIMDABI have done relating to this topic, community well-being and inclusive environment. Welcome, Dr. Ajayatela.
Thank you, Dr. Yassi. Okay, to start off my presentation slides, we have slides here. I'd just like to say that the topic is very, very close to Yayasan SIMDABI Foundation's heart, because community well-being is the combination of social, economic, environmental, and cultural conditions identified by communities as essential for them to flourish and fulfill their potential. Now, an inclusive environment means leaving no one behind, which contributes to the well-being of communities. Leaving no one behind not only entails reaching the poorest of the poor, but requires fighting discrimination and eradication of inequalities within and amongst these communities, as well as their root causes. Now, this is the major objective of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, UN SDGs. You'll be hearing a lot about the SDGs throughout this forum, I think. The UN SDG objective is to eradicate poverty in all its forms and discrimination and exclusion, and reduce the inequalities and vulnerabilities that leave people behind and undermine the potential of individuals and humanity as a whole. So therefore, as our mission, YSD's mission is to lead and make a sustainable impact in lives, our 5 pillars focus on community well-being and an inclusive environment. Can I go to the first slide, please? A little bit about Yayasan SIMDABI. Now, we are the philanthropic arm of the 3 SIMDABI companies, SIMDABI Berhad, SIMDABI Plantation Berhad, as well as SIMDABI Property Berhad. And we started off giving scholarships only in 1982. That's when we were incorporated. This is our 40th anniversary. And our vision is to lead and make a sustainable impact and a difference in the lives of others. And our mission is that we are dedicated to enhancing lives and delivering sustainable value through our 5 pillars. And we practice high ethical values and observe good corporate governance. Next, please. Now, this is our journey. We started in 1982, as I mentioned before. There was a merger of 3 big companies in the country, SIMDABI, Guthrie, and Golden Hope, and the 3 Yayasans were merged. In 2009, the new Yayasan SIMDABI was relaunched with our 5 pillars. The operations team was formed in 2010, 2017. There was a demerger, and now we are the philanthropic arm for 3 different SIMDABI companies. And today, we have 76 ongoing projects, around 900 ongoing scholarships and bursaries, and more than 400 scholarships and bursaries, which we award annually. Next. So here are our pillars. We start with education. Education is the biggest pillar, where we provide equal opportunity to quality education. Community and health, where we improve the lives of the disadvantaged and marginalized. Environment, we invest in sustainable environment for future generations. Arts and culture, we develop a society that values arts and culture and our identity. And sports, we contribute towards sporty and healthy Malaysia. All our 5 pillars are aligned with the 17 SDGs, as well as national agenda. Next. All right, I'd like to start with our education pillar. Now, under our education pillar, we support initiatives that reduce gaps in assessing quality education between urban and rural societies amongst all different kinds of backgrounds, and to improve access to basic education for the marginalized. As you can see over the right side here, we focus on the underprivileged students, where we gave 50% of our scholarships go to the underprivileged. This includes the differently abled, the OKUs. And then we have excellence scholarships, skill enrichment, which is TVET. And you can see on the left side here, all our partners mainly are for TVET, SIMDABI Industrial, Ramsay SIMDABI, Ministry of Education Malaysia for TVET programs, the Welding Institute, as well as KRU Academy. They are our partners for TVET, for these kinds of educations focused on the underprivileged in order for them to get jobs and bring their families out of poverty. For MyPack, it is supporting B40s to do ACCA. So all of this is focused all on the poor. Next, please. So just 3 stories I'd like to share with you about how we've supported the differently abled as well as the B40s under our scholarships now. Firdaus, who's blind, he's employed with UM right now, and he has graduated with a master's. He did his degree as well as master's under Yayasan Saim Gabi Scholarship. And he won the YSD Inspirational Award in 2020 and quite a number of different awards. Now, the late Nadira K. Vasu also received a scholarship from us. She is such an individual, so successful. She is an author of a poetry book called Perfectly Imperfect, as well as she was a finalist at Miss Amazing Malaysia, a beauty pageant for the differently abled, as well as Muhammad Farid Arifin. Despite his visual impairment, he's employed with a company headquartered in Sweden. He's graduated with the highest of achievements, etc. Next. And for under our education, we also support Cerdik, if you've heard about this program, where we give laptops to underprivileged students all across the country. So we've given 9,000, almost 9,500 laptops. But we're also very, very proud to say that 7,500 remanufactured laptops that we gave out is also helping the environment, not only helping students from low-income families to study from home. And have warranty, and all these things are for the well-being of the B40 students in order for them to study at home, you see, looking at it in totality, well-being and inclusion. We also work with UITM on the right side here, having a program, Second Chance, to underprivileged students to pursue their tertiary education. And we've supported 1,800 over students since 2011. And we're so happy that more than 80% students have passed their pre-diploma studies. These students did not make it through SPM in order to do their tertiary studies, you see. So they passed their pre-diploma, they went on to do their degrees, and some of them even went to do their masters and even PhD after that. All right, next. Okay, so for our community and community and health pillar, we support sustainable initiatives intended to improve the well-being of disadvantaged people and reduce socioeconomic disparities, while assisting initiatives that promote national policy changes to protect the basic rights and improve the quality of life of disadvantaged and marginalized communities. So you can see here 2 examples. We work with UUM, actually, IIUM, on healthcare accessibility project in Hub Pendidikan Tinggi Paguh and surrounding communities with a polyclinic in Paguh. And we're working together with Saim Gabi Property on this program in order for the communities, UTHM, UTM, as well as IIUM students to get access to medical support there. On the right, you can see UM. We've worked with them with 2.5 million actually endowment on programs under the Royal Unku Aziz Chair for Poverty Eradication. Next. We also work together with our partners to save lives. You can see here that with orphan care, we supported to save the lives of 310 babies so far. With people living with HIV, we worked with Malaysian AIDS Foundation to support them with second-level antiretroviral medication in order for them to live. And with UMMC to support underprivileged coronary patients for them to live as well and to survive as well as to take care of their families. We've saved more than 1,500 lives with our partners in the past 8 years. Next. And palliative care. We've worked with Yokuk as well as Hospice Malaysia. We've looked at saving people who have need palliative care, and we've done so many home visits, more than 80,000 since 2013, and assisted more than 5,600 people with palliative care. All right, next. And for disaster relief, most recently with our floods, you can see that Yayasan Saim Gabi has been working with all our NGO friends looking at all these kinds of type of assistance, food assistance, hygiene kits, cleaning equipment, electrical appliances, bedding items, all these kinds of things we've been supporting, not only for flood relief, but also COVID relief. And we've spent more than 37 million since 2015 addressing disasters. And so we've supported more than 100,000 families, B40 families, almost 2,000 orang asli households, almost 30,000 students, and almost 30,000 frontliners in our assessment of our impact. Thank you. Next. All right, so for our environment pillar, we support initiatives and campaigns that encourage and empower communities, especially the B40s, to live sustainably by adopting green and sustainable practices in their lifestyles while increasing their livelihoods. So you can see in the mangrove, we're supporting livelihoods as in the local communities there, in order for them to take care of the environment while living off the environment for their livelihoods. Agroforestry, working with the Orang Aslis in Pahang with Global Peace Foundation, looking at how we can get from the earth by looking after the earth. Rangers, we've been working with so many organizations, Perak State Parks Corporation, Sabah Forestry Department, Danau Geylang Field Centre, Rimau, Terengganu State Park Management Council, and Nature-Based Solutions. You can see that here, we are helping with rangers' livelihoods while these rangers take care of our forests and ensure that poaching doesn't happen. We're at danger of losing our tigers if we're not careful. And having these patrollers on the ground is crucial in order for us to not lose our environment, our biodiversity in the environment. And hornbills as well. So working with Explore Gaia Enterprise, working with the locals on this project to conserve the hornbills. Next. Yes, so we're working with UKM, long-term partner with us, a 15 million ringgit endowment for the chair for sustainability, looking at climate change, smart circular solutions, as well as smart partnerships. We have KPIs, yeah. Even though it's 10 years long, we have KPIs every 2 years, and they have to meet these KPIs in order for us to continue. And with UMS as well, there's this ecosystem conservation project in Sandak Kandi, where we are looking to plant areas with seedlings to find the best cost-effective and most sustainable way to restore biodiversity in estates. And we're coming up with an e-manual to share. So all this is not about knowledge only, but also putting this knowledge into action to make that impact. Next. Now, under the sports pillar, we support development programs and grassroots initiatives that promote healthy living, unity and inclusion among children and youth, including disadvantaged and marginalized groups. Our focus is the development of girls and women, as they are usually left out in sports. So you can see under our rugby and cricket, as well as football programs, we have supported quite a number of female participants so that they're not left out. Next. The last pillar, under the arts pillar, we support development of a vibrant arts community in Malaysia's multicultural society. The YSD Arts Festival it includes initiatives for the blind, the deaf, and those in wheelchairs, while collaborating with NGOs that focus on gender inclusion and eradicating stigma against people living with HIV and AIDS, for example. As well as supporting the ADC in order to, so that our identity do not die with the dying dances, traditional dying dances of Malaysia. That is our identity. And next, I think that's it. Thank you. Please scan this if you would like to have a look at our annual report, and please have a look at our social media for more information. Thank you, Dr. Yassi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Wow, it's amazing to see how much Samlavi Foundation have done, and how much of the projects have been done in collaboration with local universities. And yeah, congratulations and thank you for all the efforts. But probably one more question regarding your presentation just now, Dr. Yatila. Based on the program that you have conducted, okay, what do you think is the impact? Or is there any response that you received from the community that you have targeted, or community that involved in your programs? Is there any success story that you can share with us?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Yassi. Of course, so many. success stories to share with you, but I'd like to share with you one video, just for one story, but I feel such an impactful story about Firdaus, a YSD scholar, a blind YSD scholar. We've given him a degree as well as a master's scholarship. So if we can play the video, please.
Saya berasal daripada Kulim, Kedah. Saya merupakan anak yang kelima daripada 8 orang adik-beradik. Saya berasal daripada keluarga yang berpendapatan rendah, yang boleh dikatakan agak miskin. Bermula umur 14 tahun, saya hilang deria penglihatan saya. Saya tak boleh terima kenyataan tersebut. Okey, so saya merasa macam rasa Allah tu kejam. Kenapa bagi saya yang tak nampak, orang lain masih boleh melihat? Kenapa saya perlu bersedih? Okay, kenapa saya perlu menangis hari-hari, terfikir bila aku nak nampak balik? So we don't know about that. So slowly saya mula untuk memahami nature sebagai seorang OKU penglihatan itu, dan perlahan-lahan alhamdulillah saya dapat menerima kenyataan yang saya merupakan salah seorang OKU penglihatan yang buta kedua belah mata. Ya, saya tak nampak, tapi aku akan buktikan satu ketika nanti aku akan masuk universiti. So alhamdulillah, okey. Syukur saya nak nyatakan di mana saya dapat masuk ke universiti. Bila dah masuk universiti, terfikir tentang isu kewangan. Alhamdulillah, saya cuba cari pembiayaan dan saya bersyukur kerana Yayasan Sendabi sudi menaja sepanjang pengajian saya di Universiti Melayu. Antara semua anugerah dan pencapaian yang saya perolehi, saya sangat bersyukur kerana saya telah dianugerahkan seorang isteri yang sangat penyayang dan dapat menerima kekurangan yang ada pada diri saya. Alhamdulillah, saya sangat bersyukur walaupun saya hilang deria penglihatan kedua belah mata, sehingga hari ini saya dapat meneruskan kehidupan seperti orang lain. Nama saya Muhammad Firdaus Abu Hassan dan saya merupakan OKU penglihatan, iaitu buta kedua belah mata.
Yeah, very beautiful video. Thank you. I think that's clear enough impact, bringing change to someone's life, and I believe that's the purpose of all this endeavor that we are in, by education. So yeah, probably I have to move to Prof. To probably ask similar view, your expert view, Prof. Regarding this topic, community well-being and inclusive environment. You are from Unimas, okay, a state rich with culture, okay, so many races, so many people, myriads of people, different culture, and yeah, we all have been to Sarawak. Those who have been to Sarawak knows Sarawak is so diverse. Okay, and your university is the only public university, I would say the main public university that is in Sarawak, okay, apart from UIAM, of course. Yeah, of course, your university would have some views, your own views on community well-being, how we can bring about community well-being and inclusive environment to the community surrounding your university. Can you share with us? Oh.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Dr. Yazir, for giving me the opportunity to share my views and thoughts. Congratulations to AKEPT and UIA for organizing this wonderful program. And of course, when we talk about community well-being and inclusive environment, it is very close to our heart at University of Malaysia, Sarawak. And of course, the topic is also very vast, very big indeed. And I think for the sake of this forum, I will just be focusing on two aspects. Number one, the community well-being and inclusive environment within the campus society itself. And of course, the other one is the community outside the campus. In our point of view, to start off with the community within our campus, we have always strived to challenge ourselves to meet the current needs of the university, the KPT, like what have been said by the minister this morning. And obviously the job market, we are very concerned about all those in ensuring that the well-being of the community and the inclusive environment is being taken care of by the university. And of course, when we talk about community well-being as in the campus among our staff, this means inculcating the culture of high adaptability and flexibility. That's very important. And also this means that the university should be able to react, adapt, and adopt wherever needed. And that's what we have been doing now. Apart from making sure that our environment, our community is well taken care of, but before we move out from the university, we must make sure that our staff understand all these pillars, all this important, the importance about ensuring well-being of the society before we go out and contribute to the community out there. This also means taking into account the well-being of every key stakeholders. When we say stakeholders here, meaning the staff, our staff, as well as people out there. That is, including the environment, where all the staff are supported intellectually, creating a sense of belonging, regardless of their identity, working preferences, and etc. In short, our views on these issues is about an environment where they are able to flourish and fulfill their potential, as this will enable them to contribute further. And it's very important because if we neglect this increasing demand to be inclusive and to ensure the community well-being, toxic environment will continue. That is the continuing of individualistic team or teams working in segregation, and overall a generally unhappy environment for all. So we must make sure that our society within the campus, we are happy first, and then we will talk about contributing to the community out there. And what is most important to me, above all, when we talk about this issue, is to make sure that the presence of a university in any areas, district, state, or country, it should be felt by the community. It is not just a higher education provider. It is not just so much about qualifications. It's also about instilling the values to our staff and students, their social responsibilities to the community out there. So these are the kind of things that we are focusing on at the moment. And as far as community involvement is concerned, we are very active. We are very supportive of all that. And, you know, being located in the heart of Borneo Island, when we promote our university to the world, everybody knows that Borneo Island is the third largest island in the world. So we capitalize on that advantage. We say that we are located there, the heart of Borneo Island. And at the same time, there are a lot of things that we need to do here in Sarawak in particular, because in other part of the states, probably you have the disparity between urban and rural. But as far as Sarawak is concerned, not only between rural, urban, we also have the other one called interior, which is to me something that is very challenging for us. But within 30 years of its inception, UNIMAS, we have done quite a bit. We have done quite a lot to contribute to the society. And of course, when I'm given this topic, I think it is very close to my heart, and I can really express on behalf of the university. Thank you. for now, Dr. Yazid. Dr. Yazid, I can hear you. I can't hear you, Doctor.
Okay, sorry. I was muted. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof, for the answer. I agree with you completely. Yeah, I like the idea of we have to take care of the well-being of those inside first, and then we go and bring it outside after that. There's one question, Prof, from the audience. Okay, probably related to my next question actually.
Yeah.
About how do you instill, how do you really include this community well-being and inclusive environment agenda in the institutional strategic plan ataupun your UNIMAS? In UNIMAS, how do you put this in?
Right.
The question from our audience is what he asked, what is the most practical strategies for an institution to promote inclusive society and community well-being?
Yeah, I think obviously we need a holistic strategy. We cannot be too focused only on one strategy to handle issues on community well-being. So in other words, if I may, I would like to share with you our strategic plan set by the university for 2021 to 2025. All our 5 strategic focus and subsequently the commitments and initiatives outlined are created with ensuring the well-being of the main stakeholder at its core. This is very important. So let me just share with you our strategic focus, and then later maybe I can answer some of the questions. Strategic focus 1, for example, is about the future-ready graduates, and our strategic commitments under the heading of future-ready graduates: strengthen curriculum design and delivery as to enable our students to know, to understand the spirit behind the curriculum, and then advance academic quality and enhance student campus life experience. The third one is very important, and it has a very close relationship to what we are doing and what we are talking about here. That is to enhance student campus life experience first. How? By having all these facilities provided for our students, at the same time to instill the values of kesukarelawanan among our students. Because by instilling these values, they are able to equip themselves sufficiently when they go out there and contribute to the society. So we outline this as a strategic focus number 1. And then strategic focus number 2, we talk about research excellence. What has that got to do with this? This is when the so-called translational research is in the picture. So when you talk about translational research, it is very important for us to make our researchers understand, apart from fulfilling the requirement as academician, they also have to come up with research that can be translated for the well-being of the society out there. So in other words, whatever outcome through their research, apart from fulfilling the requirement as a lecturer, they are also obligated to actually contribute back to the society. For example, our project called Desalination Water Project. With the technology developed by our own staff, we are able to actually supply fresh, clean water to rural folks, especially to the schools, to the disadvantaged school, dilapidated school. Dilapidated school, now in Sarawak, we have about more than 100. And they have problems in terms of electrical supply, electricity supply, water supply, and whatnot. And we make use of our research, and our researchers are there to assist them. And we encourage our researchers to explore, to reach out, to do the outreach program. And from there, we contribute, we discuss with the state government. The state government is very supportive of UNIMAS effort in order to help people from the rural areas. And then we were able to actually fix this water desalination pump all over Sarawak. At the same time, we also encourage our researchers from the Faculty of Engineering to come up with a so-called micro hydro, whereby we can supply electricity to a village. So in other words, when we talk about enhancing student campus life experience, together with the lecturers, they are able to team up and they are able to contribute to the society. So that's focus number one. Focus number two, research excellence. I mentioned that strengthen and intensify research and enculturation, enhance research impact and wealth creation through commercialization, and not forgetting to contribute back to the society. Then strategic focus number three is about talent excellence. The strategic commitments we outlined there is to recruit, to hire and upgrade new and existing staff, provide career advancement opportunities, and strengthen capabilities of existing talent in order to churn out the best from our staff, not only for self-glory, but for them to be able to go out there and again, once again, to contribute to the society. Strategic focus number four, don't worry, I only have five. We only have 5 strategic focus. I will conclude soon. The global prominence. Global prominence is to strengthen global branding, to enhance international academic capacity, and to enhance the university's international support ecosystem. So we dream big. It's very important for UNIMAS to dream big. Not only we contribute to our society, but we are also trying, we are eyeing whether we can also contribute outside Malaysia. So we always dream big, and we feel that it's important for us to contribute to the society, not only in this country, but to other countries as well. And of course, the last thing, what is most important, what is more important other than financial stability? Without money, nothing much we can do. We can talk about doing this and that. I listened to the CEO of SIMW just now. She just mentioned about how they contributed to the society. And of course, it boils down to ringgit Malaysia. So in other words, to ensure that we have sufficient fund to finance our project, so we need to have a solid financial background. So our strategic commitments to that one is diversify university revenues, optimize, increase efficiency of resources, endowment and wakaf program. Why I share with you all about our strategic focus is because I want to highlight, particularly in this focus number 5, about endowment and wakaf program. And through this endowment and wakaf program, we are able to contribute to the society once again, including our students. And we are doing, I must say, extremely well now. We have millions of ringgit in our coffer through wakaf and endowment. And in fact, we were able to build our own building using this approach, wakaf endowment. And when you talk about inclusiveness, we talk about society. So this is how we give back to the society. We encourage our staff to contribute. We encourage philanthropists to contribute through our activities. And then endowment and wakaf is now playing a significant role in order to move forward any one university. So some examples of programs that UNIMAS has initiated for the students, higher education community, is by, of course, inviting big players to participate in our wakaf and endowment program. And we have so far received quite a substantial amount of endowment from the so-called philanthropists. And of course, faced with the pandemic, we also see a change in several needs. And in response to it, we are also trying to shift the paradigm a bit to suit them well with the current trend. These issues need to be addressed for the current situation, which is totally different than before. Then I think basically UNIMAS is on the right track in a way to participate in the so-called community out there, with the community out there.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for the answer. It's a nice strategic plan of the universities. Probably many of us can learn from that plan or strategic plan. Dr. Yatila, probably if you can help to answer the same question from the perspective of probably industry, SIMW, Yayasan SIMW. What would be the most practical strategies if you can advise universities with our financial problems, with our limitations, financially especially? How can we also contribute like how you have contributed?
We're talking about community well-being as well as an inclusive environment. Okay, so I'd like to touch on 2 things. The first one is that from Yayasan SIMW's point of view, the knowledge that is churned out from all universities is so important, so critical from all the results of your research, that we need to put it into the community in order to develop their well-being, to improve their well-being, and ensure inclusiveness. So it cannot stay within the university, it cannot stay within your database, it cannot stay within your journal articles. It has to go out on the ground. And that's where we as a corporate, we are very interested to support, because if we see potential impact and a good impact of value for our money, we would like to be a part of that. And I think Prof. Fazil mentioned quite a few times, I think in what he presented just now, about the fact that it is important to include this ideology of well-being and inclusivity within the environment of the universities first, before bringing it out, right? So this is the number 2. We have to include it within the universities, and with that community well-being and the inclusive environment within universities, only then can the students and the lecturers and the university management work together in order to create that kind of impact outside to the local communities in the country. Now, if you don't mind, Dr. Yasir, I did a little bit of a survey with our scholars here. Now, we're always thinking from a strategic point of view, from the management point of view. Sometimes I feel it's important to listen to the young ones. My doctoral degree was focused on listening to the young ones. And I believe in listening to the young ones, no matter how maybe sometimes bitter it tastes, there is some sort of truth that we might need to take into consideration and think a little bit about how we can improve the situation, right? So generally, in a nutshell, the student scholars, they requested for more engagement and transparency from university and management about various matters, such as communicating and acting via, as well as on these following things, frequent, consistent engagement sessions. They would like to ask for town hall sessions for them to be updated on the current situation at the university, maybe updated about what Prof. Fazil mentioned just now about the, having someone talk to you about it interactively rather than just reading it in the prospectus. And for student issues, for them to be voiced out and to be addressed quickly and effectively by the universities. And then they're also recommending maybe surveys can be done for satisfaction and feedback to gather information from them so that actionable steps can be taken by university management for everyone's benefit. They would also like to have a platform for an accepting and an open and a supportive platform to feel happy, to feel that they are cared for, where feedback may be given and accepted by university management with some sort of flexibility, open-mindedness, and rational thinking, so that anyone can express their opinions freely without any negative repercussions. They would like to have that. And they would like to know about the COVID-19 infection status at the university. And they would like to know about the implementation of the strict COVID-19 SOPs in the university as well, so that they can feel safe if they are at their campus environment. And the last one, a little bit extra sensitive. Certain girl students felt that they were being left out of important decisions, including those decisions that affected them more than the boy students. And they would like to see more gender inclusivity in all activities and decisions made at universities. So sometimes we don't realize but they feel it because they are the ones who are receiving that, not feeling included within decisions and activities and initiatives. So I think it's worthwhile for us to look at what they have to say. Maybe just do a survey of feedback among your students, because they are our biggest assets for the country, for the nation. And we need them in order to have that community well-being and inclusive environment in the country going forward in the local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, brilliant answer. Yeah, you have to look from the top as well as listening from the bottom. Yeah, that would be the most practical strategy and I think most efficient strategy to promote community well-being and inclusive environment.
Dr. Yazir, can I add up to that? It's a very interesting topic, actually. Because you see, I serve smoothly. I use the word serve smoothly for 12 years as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs and Alumni. I think one of the longest serving Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs, a very hot seat actually. And honestly speaking, I think what Dr. Yatela mentioned just now is very true indeed. And that's what I have been doing. I have continuously engaged with my students. I talk to them almost every now and then. I nip the issues in the bud before it's getting worse. And at the same time, I think for the past 12 years, I had a very good relationship with my students. And through that cordial relationship, I was able to actually instill the values to our students, to my students, especially those who have been with me since 2008 when I first appointed as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs. And I think I finished my term in 2020. So I was lucky in a way. I got along well with my students and I had no problem whatsoever with, of course, hiccup a little bit of here and there. But at the same time, I have to be honest, I love my students and I think they love me too. I'm not so sure about that. But as a testimony, I think up to now, they are still in contact. They are still talking to me over internet or over WhatsApp or Instagram and whatnot. And I enjoyed listening to their success story and whatnot. So I think the key word here is to engage and to allow them to express themselves. And what is most important on our part is to rationalize things. Wherever there is any problem, anything that they are not happy with, or they want clarification from you, please take the trouble to explain. And I think we should be able to solve the problem. And only when we have that kind of environment, ambience, then only we are able to move forward in the future, I think.
Yep, very true, Prof. Thank you.
That's why Prof. Adil is there for 12 years.
Yeah, very long. both are very experienced people. Sorry, there's a question from the audience relating to what you have just said, probably relating to your yayasan as well. He asked, he or she asked, how can higher education institution, we saw that you have been collaborating with several universities before. How can other higher education tap on the SIMDABI funds or work with foundation more?
You can go to our website, www.yayasansimdabi.com, and look at what we are about, what our focus areas are. And if what you feel that we can collaborate with fits within our focus areas under any of our 5 pillars, just fill up the sponsorship application template there. And then we will process it as usual. That's how we do it with all the universities as well. But ultimately, it's all about the outcome, all about the impact. We need to get our money's worth. The social return on investment, the SROI. So the bigger the SROI, the more interested we will be.
It's open all year?
It's open all year, but our processing is quarterly.
Yeah.
Dr. Yazir, I would like also to add a little bit. Maybe I would like to address this to Dr. Yatela, the voice from a young person in the perspective of job market. Just to share with you from a young person's perspective, I had a chat with one group, and they feel that they would like to have the opportunity to prove themselves. The job market is increasingly competitive, and we have told students to aim for the highest academic achievements. However, the real world requires not only academic achievements, but at times require unconventional skill set to be able to make it big in the job market. I'm not saying that academic achievements are not important or should be taken lightly, but it should not be the only defining factor of whether a student is eligible for a job. future employers perhaps should take a chance on an unlikely candidate, as sometimes they might surprise you with a hidden value. That said, it is quite risky, but taking a chance on somebody unconventional may bring new perspectives that is needed for the respective companies. There's just a thought. Some students have also told me that they have the fear of asking questions, worried that they will be ridiculed instead of taught. Though I would say to an extent that they also need to learn to persevere, I also admit at times the working environment, or rather certain people would rather mock and use sarcasm rather than educate. So I wish SIMDB could actually look into this as well, because sometimes academic achievement is not everything. Sometimes there's a hidden talent and whatnot. That's I think something that I should share, given the opportunity to be with you.
This is one thing that we, not only as SIMDB, but we communicate to all other companies as well who would like to collaborate with us. Now, for our bursary scholars, the B40s as well as the OKUs, we have this program called Thrive, where it's a development program that touches on quite a few skills as well as attitudes, behaviors, touching on soft skills, etc. Getting them ready once they finish their studies, going into the real world, getting them ready to apply for jobs, getting them ready to face whatever challenges that are out there. So these, what Prof. Fadil mentioned just now, all the challenges that they would have to be ready for. And we also have this marketplace thingy where we bring our scholars and other companies together so that they meet together in one platform in order to get them jobs, to get them job placements. So because that's one of our kind of investment, returns. When we support a scholar, the scholar needs to get a job at the end of the day. So if the scholar doesn't get a job, we will help them. So we'll call all large companies who are interested to bring them together in a platform where we can talk to the young ones, knowing that these young ones are from B40 families who need this break, who need the opportunity to show themselves. So this is how, from the SIMDB's perspective, we are doing it. And we are getting the other companies to come together. Thanks, Prof. Fadil, for that question.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, very important point, Prof. Because we now see so many of the employers, so many of the scholarship organization, they just filter out according to CGPA, right?
Right. Yes.
Less than this, you can apply. That's it.
That's why our scholarship is we have focused on the B40s.
Okay. Perfect.
We focus on the B40s as well as the disabled.
I'm very sorry. The discussion is very interesting, but the time is running out.
Oh no!
My God, it just went.
But probably to conclude, right, Prof? Maybe last word from Prof. Fazil and Dr. Yatela. Okay, what do you think? What's the way forward for higher education with regards to this community well-being and inclusive environment? Prof.
Okay, it's very simple. There are times that we need change. People most often than not, they are confused between change and transform. If we need to transform, we have to transform. We don't talk about change anymore. I think in this era, we need to talk about transformation. Transformation and change, we should not be confused between the two. Change is we improve the old system to the new system, but transform, we set a new system altogether. So with this current situation, with the pandemic now, in this situation, there's a need for all of us in the university or higher education alike to transform, no longer change. It's easier for us to say change, but we need to transform, we need to find new mechanism in order for us to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Very beautiful conclusion. Dr. Yatela, maybe last word.
I'd just like to say that maybe the higher education community must continue to be focused on building well-being as well as an inclusive environment within their community in order for them to go out and be more conscious about putting extra focus and care for marginalized communities outside of the university. such as for the disabled and the indigenous people. And this focus must be for these communities, must be from when they are very young, so that they may be provided with a pathway to reach higher education. And that's where changes can happen in their lives, especially if they are B40s and very, very poor. So it's just too late if we focus on them when they enter university, because there will be so many who are left behind who need to be given that chance.
Yeah, very true, very true. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Yatila. Thank you, Prof. Fazil. Thank you for this session. Yeah, thank you for sharing your thoughts and knowledge. I hope the participant benefited, those who listen benefited, and probably have something to think about, inshallah, after this. Yeah, as Prof said just now, transformation is needed. Okay? We need transformation so that our higher education would be more relevant, would be more excellence in the future, inshallah. Okay, with that, I like to hand back the session to our MC, and thank you so much to both speakers. Thank you so much to all the participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, AKEPT.
Thank you, AKEPT. Thank you, organizer.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Yasir, Dr. Yatila, and Prof. Fazil. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, we just talk about our very own role in the community, the role of the higher learning institution as a whole, actually. It is a never-ending story talking about reaching out to the community, and both Dr. Yatila and Prof. Fazil, to me, have done their part in the effort to ensure the well-being of the communities taken care well of. All right, so thank you to both of you and the rest of those who are actively involved in the community service, especially among the higher education community. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it is now 4:01 p.m. local time, and we are now reaching the last session of the Higher Education Leadership Summit, HEALS 2022, with the theme Transforming higher education leaders, empower, engage, and expand, jointly organized by AKEPT and IIM Day 1. Yeah, and well, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is just not complete not listening to this one particular leader. All right, so the title given to him, the title given for him to share with us all is Waving into the Futures of Education, a Malaysian Experience. But before I hand over the platform to him, let me read his brief biodata. Okay, now, he is none other but Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, who is currently Director of the International Islamic University Malaysia. He was the Vice Chancellor of University Science Malaysia, USM, from 2000 to 2011. He is the immediate past president of the International Association of University, IAU, a UNESCO-affiliated organization based in Paris. He was the convener of the Regional Center for Expertise in Education for Sustainable Development based in USM, beginning 2005. Tan Sri Zul was also awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. He is also a fellow of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, FASC, the World Academy of Art and Science, FWAAS, and the World Academy of Islamic Management, FWAIM. More about him can be accessed in the plenary hall, ladies and gentlemen. So let us now welcome Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sharizat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for this invitation and opportunity. I know I'm the last speaker, it's 4 o'clock. Maybe all of you are tired mentally. I apologize for it, but there's no choice. I'm asked to speak to you at this time. I just listened to Dr. Yatila and Fazli, and they say they want to listen only to young people. So I guess I'm the oldest in the list. Yeah? Perhaps this is the wrong time for me to appear if they want to listen to young leaders. Nevertheless, I would like to share with you some of the things that I want to talk about. When we talk about leadership, we want to talk about which way are we directing ourselves. And in this case, we want to talk about the future. So if I can just move my slides, if it works. Yep. Now, so what about the future? I think this is the issue that I want to bring about. We have talked about the future. In fact, as far as UNESCO is concerned, they've been talking about the future since 2 years ago. So when we talk about transformation now, transformation for what and how and where. So in a way, we are kind of late because people have already been moving 2 years ahead of us, and we are talking about it now. Nevertheless, like they say, better late than never. Now, when United Nations or UNESCO talk about the future, they talk about an imagined future of how knowledge and learning can shape the future of humanity and planet. I think these are the two words that seldom appear in our curriculum, seldom appear in our discussion, even seldom appear in our policy. It is about humanity, it's about planet. It is not about one industry, it is not about jobs, it is not about, they are all important, but it is framed in the context of humanity and planet. No humanity, no planet, no jobs, no future. And this is what the COVID is telling us. Yeah. Suddenly when the COVID comes in, jobs are suddenly not there. Yeah. The KPIs that we shout about suddenly becomes not important. The small things that we think is big suddenly becomes useless as far as that's concerned. So this is something that I think we need to talk about when we talk about empower, and we talk about engagement, when we talk about expansion. Empowerment for what? Engagement for what? Expansion to what? These words have been bandied around, but it has not got its own framework as to where we want to take it. And I guess I want to just bring it from my point of view. So when we talk about this, then we begin to see this has been the work for a long time. Being old, I think I would want to remind myself and yourself that we've been talking about tomorrow since 1972 as far as education is concerned. When we talk about learning to be, this is one of the 4 pillars of the UNESCO 4 pillars of learning, all right? And then at the end of 1996, we talk about learning the treasures within. What does the treasures within mean? It is within us. In other words, how do you train ourselves, the inner part of us, rather than just the external part of us? And 1996, I think, is kind of an important year for us, because 1996 is also the year that we launched the Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which is also another treasures in within in our own context. But where is Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan now when we talk about the future? You cannot leave Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan and pretend that there is a future. I think you have missed a big chunk of what the future is all about, just as much as you will leave behind these treasures within by Jacques Delors. I think the same thing for Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan. Are we taking all this into consideration? Are we taking all this so-called quote-unquote historical past into the future, or are we just leaving this behind because we think it is useless, because we think it is outdated, because we think it is no longer relevant? Yeah. But let me remind you, when we listen to the Director General of UNESCO recently, they talk about living for what? Living for people, learning for what? Learning for people, learning for planet, learning for prosperity, and learning for peace. The big picture again. He doesn't talk about learning for a particular industry, a particular job, a particular KPI, and a particular way of living. No, we are talking about the big picture, and this is what we are supposed to imagine. I don't know whether we have been imagining this or we are not imagining the way we want to do. So the world is moving in this direction. Are we moving in that direction? Or are we still stuck with our own small-mindedness, and looking at things in a very micro perspective, knowing that the world has gone way beyond us? I think that's a question, and that's a challenge that I want to bring forward to you. And I'm very happy to listen to Mr. Isa this morning. Although he's a technologist, he talks about something that is very much resonating to us. He talks about how do you humanize technology? Technology alone is perhaps good, but you need to humanize it. It is not just about profit making. It is not just about making infrastructures, but what about the human being? Where is the contact of humanizing people in the whole idea of technology? He talks about the overall story that society wants. Not just the industry, but the society wants. Who is the society? Is us. We make the society. The people around us make the society. But what do they want? Do we often know what do they want? People in the university, do you know what the people around your kampong wants? That is what the question that we need to ask when we move into the future, when we talk about humanity and planet as a whole. It's a larger question than what we are used to. Now, let me just very briefly say what has happened to capture what has happened since UNESCO launched the Futures of Education. We have got a number of things. We have got one report called Thinking Higher Education and Beyond, Perspective of the Futures of Higher Education to the year 2050. Yeah? And it talks about specifically core values should be the forefront of futures education. What are these core values? Who has been talking about the core values in the way it is seen today as far as the future is concerned? Is technology a core value? Yeah. Is profit making a core value? What is a core value? Who underlines this and who defines this? And this is already done in May. And I think we have got a webinar in June, 1 month after that. A number of people talked about it and we crystallized what this is all about. If you want to download it, you can download it. At least you have got a perspective of what the future looks like when we talk about this, what you call core values as far as future of higher education is concerned. Then in October last year, there's another conference that talks about the same thing, maybe a little bit different, the role and the place of higher education in a sustainable future. Have we been talking about sustainable future? When you talk about 5G, is 5G sustainable? If you talk about 4IR, is 4IR sustainable? Who are asking these questions? Or do we take for granted that these things are sustainable in itself? Already there's a lot of controversy on AI. People are talking about AI as a white AI because this comes from the West entirely and we just download it as though it is quote unquote within our own sort of a framework. It may not be. It could be another form of colonialism, for all you know, because you do not know who writes those AI, what are the values embedded in it, and how do we actually deal with it. Could be another form of colonialism. One time they used to see the white man here, now the white man is not here, but the white AI is here. And it's all now within our own rooms, within our own pocket, if you have a handphone as far as that is concerned. That was a discussion, I think, in October 2021. And then we have got another discussion in November 2021 that talk about the pathway and beyond for 2050. And these are actually ideas coming from the ground below. Yeah, the people who are actually the society that we talked about, they also want some inputs into this and they are telling us. So if you just look at this alone, there are many things that have gone through for the last 2 years. Are we into this? Have we been capturing all this? Or are we still talking about our own world and the world that we know, not the world that we are supposed to create as far as imagining the future is concerned? Yeah. So there'll be another one, inshallah. I'll be participating in this, alhamdulillah, on the 25th. And here we're going to redefine again, reimagine again what a sustainable higher education is concerned. I hope you can also join me here. We are trying to redefine again what is higher education in the year 2050 and beyond, inshallah. So all this, I want to bring it to you because I think these are information that has gone through, past most of us. I think the university, what you call vice chancellors and rector, just have their pemukiman last year, December. Yeah. By then, you see so many information as part. We are just talking about pemukiman. What will the future looks like? I don't know how much of this has gone into the discussion, the half-a-day discussion that we had in Port Dickson, and it is not there yet. Yeah. But here, I think it's a good story coming from the meeting we had on the 25th of May. It is captured in the University World News that talk higher education should prepare students for life, not just livelihood. In other words, living rather than just livelihood. I think this is the big picture that we need to talk about. You must know what life is all about, how to live before you create a livelihood. You know, now you have livelihood, but you don't know what life is all about. You don't know how to create living in a way that you are supposed to be creating. And this is what the lessons of the COVID tells us. You have got a lot of money, but you don't know how to organize life, then your life means nothing. Your money means nothing. I think this needs to be reversed. And this statement, Alhamdulillah, actually comes from UIAM, when we make our statement, and these are the statements that were quoted from us. Yeah, I want to do this, not because I want to blow our trumpet, but at least there is some significance of what we say. In other words, if we say the right thing for the right population at the right time, we will be heard. But sometimes we don't have that opportunity, or sometimes we have that opportunity, we squander it. We didn't do a good job and we lose that opportunity. Here it says values such as respect, empathy, equality, solidarity. We are the core values of the future for the mission and their work to be able to be reported. Yeah? In other words, education with a soul, to prepare learners not only for livelihood, but also for life. That, I think, is a framework that we want to talk about. You can talk about technology, but if you're not talking about technology in the context of life, or you have misplaced life somehow or other, then I think your discussion is still incomplete as far as that's concerned. So what will be the message now when you talk about what is the future as far as UNESCO is concerned? If I can distill all this discussion that we had for the last 2 years, we will come up with at least 4 key messages that we need to weave through. Because we are late, we need to weave through some of these messages so that we remain relevant rather than we miss the point as far as the future is concerned. One, they talk about taking active responsibility for our common humanity. Again, the word humanity. In other words, we are not talking about Malaysia, we are not talking about Sarawak, we are not talking about Sabah. That's the way we like to talk about, you know, you are not talking about UMS, USM, IIUM. We are talking about humanity, a platform that everybody can gather. And that's what is education. Education is never compartmentalized. Education is meant for everybody to share it, because it is about humanity. It's about making better life for everybody in the world. And this is a context that I think we need to look at. Yeah, when you start to segment it and say this is mine, and therefore you don't belong here, then I think it's no longer education, at least within this context of the message of UNESCO. So this common humanity means what? It means that we need to promote well-being and sustainability. I think it's been well discussed by the last the discussion, I think, between Fadil and Yatela. What is well-being? The inclusiveness. What is this inclusiveness? Is everybody, again, is the context of humanity again. You know, but this inclusiveness needs to be sustainable. It is not just for today or tomorrow, it is forever. And the word sustainable becomes an issue if we cannot maintain it over generations. Yeah, so it's not a 5-year plan, it's not a 10-year plan, it is a generational plan. So you have to think intergenerationally. Are we able to think intergenerationally? Are we trained to think intergenerationally? If it's not, then I think it is one of the competency that leaders of the future needs to learn and how to skill them up, right? And then it says also, you need to draw strength from intercultural and epistemic diversity. In other words, cultural dimension is important, local dimension is important. When we talk about the future, it is not somebody else's future. It is your future. Wherever you are, your context is important, your culture is important, your civilization is important, your values is important. Unfortunately, for us in the Western, for us in the developing world, we always exchange our culture for somebody else's culture. We don't look at our culture as something which is meaningful, and therefore we borrow somebody else's culture, quote unquote, within a world-class sort of environment. We think their culture is better than our culture, and then we forsake our culture. We forsake our epistemology, we forsake our values, and we become alien in our own environment. That is not what the future looks like. We need to be integrated in our culture, in our values, in our environment, because it belongs to us, and the knowledge is embedded because we are part and parcel of that knowledge. And last but not least, but that is not all, we need then how to interconnect. In other words, we are not going to isolate ourselves, as I mentioned. We have got our own, but how do I interconnect? And that connectivity and connecting the dots becomes another way of linking the future so that everybody has got a place in itself. We are not going to isolate somebody else because they're not part of a culture, but how do you connect this? So these are the 4 very main items that needs to be looked at. How do we weave into this? Because we are coming in as a latecomer. These are already being defined, the 4 goalposts. How do we weave into this? How do you make sure that humanity is there, well-being is there, intercultural dimension is there, and also how do you interconnect with one another? I think that's the role that we need to play. So I would want to go into very quickly how we in IIUM try to understand this. Yeah, begin to understand this by looking at our own mission statement. The first, for example, message is about taking active responsibility and common humanity. And that goes right into what we call the vision of IIUM. What does the vision of IIUM talks about? It talks about the betterment of human life and civilization. It comes close, if not humanity in itself. As far as I know, there's no university locally that talks about betterment of human life and civilization. We are already there. IIUM is already there in terms of humanity, in terms of what we call Rahmatan lil Alamin. So we are already fitted into this. The vision is there, but how do you make this mission work? This is where I think the leadership role becomes important. We need leaders who are global in their thinking. We need leaders who are holistic in their thinking. We need leaders, in the word of Mr. Isa, who can humanize things. In other words, it is about making human culture, human values, human being a better product of education rather than whatever else that you want to think about. Finally, the human being becomes the losers. They become dehumanized in the process of education. So the kind of leaders, the kind of values that you need, if you want to take an active responsibility for our common features, you need a leader who are global, holistic, and are able to humanize, understand what is the importance of humanity, and make human the central piece rather than everything else around it. That, I think, is the first challenge as far as IIUM is concerned, and I think we are right there as far as the first message is concerned. The second message, we talk about promoting well-being and sustainability. We have got 7 missions to support the vision of IIUM. The mission number 2 talks plainly about agent of comprehensive, balanced progress and sustainable development. It is well fitted into this. In fact, our university has created not only the 17 goals, we have got the 18 goals. The 18 goals is about spirituality. This amanah thing is the thing that actually binds everything together in the context of balance and sustainability. For this, I think we also need to create another form of a leadership that talks about being consistent, being resilient, but also being indigenous. In other words, you are rooted in your own tradition, in your own values, in your own culture. You are not Americanized. You are not westernized. Now, nothing wrong with being Americanized or westernized, but they are not you. You are not you. Yeah, you can be yourself, and then you can acquire all these other values, but not the other way around, because then you will understand sustainability in a very different form. Yeah, sometimes it is also against your own culture, against your own value, and that is not sustainability in the context of its own definition. Its own definition is to find out how can you bring your own values to be part and parcel of the world heritage, as it were, rather than isolating it or marginalizing. I think Fadil makes a very good example when you talk about what UNIMICE has done. I think there's a classical example in terms of trying to make this sustainability and well-being as part of it. Yeah. For message number 3, draw strength of intercultural and epistemic diversity. Our mission number 6. The mission number 6 in IIUM talk about intercultural understanding and foster civilizational dialogue. That's the word again. Yeah. So in other words, how do the community in this university can work together? We have got more than 100 nations, more than 100 nationalities. How can they work? How can they foster a kind of an understanding so that they can be a better sort of group of people who can live together in peace and harmony, not to fight each other all the time? I think this is a habit that we need to get out. Yeah, even within the university, we fight again within ourselves all the time. How do you create this understanding? How do you make sure that the value of understanding and peace creating become part and parcel of education because it is part of the civilization that we want to develop for the future. The future needs to be a better future, a better harmonious future. And for that, we need to have another set of values for the leaders who are divergent in their thinking. In other words, they can absorb, they can tolerate, they can understand. Yeah, the values, they are the same. The values are the same in the sense that these are humanistic values, all right, and they are able to engage, yeah, engage the poor, engage the rich, engage the young. Everybody needs to be engaged so that at the end of the day, this diversity that we talk about is just not just a lip service, but something that you can really put into place that everybody feel comfortable because they are inclusive. Everybody feel comfortable because they are sort of recognized. And I think this is the role of the leader. And the last message of trying to uphold connectivities, yeah, and these go back to the first mission of the university that talks about integrating knowledge. It could be Islamic knowledge, it could be science knowledge, it could be dominant knowledge, it could be indigenous knowledge, it could be practical knowledge, it could be theoretical knowledge. How do you actually put this and connect it together so that the knowledge becomes one whole piece so that it can serve as a kind of a conduit for problem solving? You understand now with the kind of issues that we've got around the world, there's no one discipline, there's no one way of trying to solve the problem, but you need to actually connect it. Yeah, how do you connect it and how do you make it relevant so that it will be a potential solution for the future, that you are not blinded by just one idea or one perspective or one worldview that you seem to have. And that is, again, another role that we need to play when we talk about this leader who have got transdisciplinary in thinking, but they know how to balance it, and more importantly, to have this courage. To have this courage, as Father say, to be unconventional. You know, you don't have to be stereotyped all the time because this is the way the world is. You need to be unconventional, you need to be creative, and you need also to be bold. Only then you can see changes. Otherwise, you will not see changes the way it should be when you want to create and imagine a future for humanity and also for the planet, as it were. So I will summarily mention, when you talk about empowerment, engage and expand, we are talking about the kind of competency that leadership must have given the framework that the leaders want to move on. If the leaders want to stay status quo, then I think the empowerment is to make everybody stay status quo. Yeah, in other words, you don't entertain ideas. You empower them to be what they are. That is also an empowerment. You can engage, but you engage them to say, be what you are. Yeah, and you can expand, but expand within the box that they've got. How do you make this? The difference is where I think the whole idea of a competency of a leader, depending on the framework, depending on the imagination that you want to make as you move towards the future. And that future is an important future. What is the future that you want to make so that you know exactly what sort of competency that you need to build for that particular future? So I got a few more minutes. I will just try and to end up by trying to summarize it. So in the context of UIAM, when we talk about the features of education, we talk about how to lead the way, and we talk about these four elements of Khalifah, Amanah, Ikraq, and Rahmatan lil Amin, roughly translated into trusteeship, values, knowledge, and outcome. All right? And this needs to be seen as one whole, not something separate. How do you interconnect with one another? And how do you interconnect one with another? At the end of the day, will arrive at one basic idea, which I mentioned earlier, that is the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan that talk about kesejahteraan. Kesejahteraan is the value base that we're going to operate on. And this kesejahteraan is actually a value base about this region, the Nusantara, the Malay archipelago talks about sejahtera as compared to other places. For example, when you talk about Japan, you talk about ikigai. The concept is the same. Terminology may be different, maybe slight variation because of the culture. If you talk to Sweden, you talk about lagom. It's about how do you balance again. Yeah. When you talk Africa, we talk about a same word called Ubuntu. Of course, when you talk about Chinese, you talk about yin and yang. In other words, every society has got in its own heritage this whole idea of sejahtera in a different way, in a different platform, but you can harness this together to make that humanity that we talked to you earlier. Yeah, and this becomes very important now when we talk about the COVID-19. The COVID-19 will force us to work together, whether we like it or not. How best to work it together if not using whatever is traditionally within us? So when you talk about sustainability, it is not a European concept. It's not a WHO concept. It's not a UNESCO concept. It is concept of the local that has been there for ages. But we have forgotten it because we think modernism is better than what it is. But we need to come back and find out that to talk about sustainability is to go back to where we started as far as our culture is concerned. So we now want to move, given this sort of world heritage of Lagom, Ikigai, Ubuntu, and many others, we can create an organic platform now where we can move together. We can talk about humanity and lead the world, as it were. And that's a time when we hopefully will defeat the COVID-19 or any sort of pandemic because we are together, because the human chain is tougher, is better than the COVID chain, and we are able to defeat it. The solidarity among us, the human solidarity is important. And I think this is where the future lies. If you talk about the future, living the human side, and I think you will miss the future again, and the COVID will come and haunt us in a very different form as we move forward. Yeah. So my last slide, I think, is about no. Okay. So if I were to summarize it, yeah, we always talk about education, these two things, economic well-being, everything is about economic, boleh pasaran is about economy, right? No boleh pasaran, education does not exist because it's for livelihood rather than life. And now you're going to marry that with technology. No technology, nothing seems to happen. And yet technology talk about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Where is human being in this? Yeah. So at the end of the day, we ask, where is the community? If you talk about economic well-being, for whom? Technology is for whom? Is it for me alone, or is it for a specific industry? And then the words human capital comes in. You becomes the quote unquote, the slave that moves the productivity cycle. All right. You have no life of your own. And this is where I think the question needs to come back. Where is life? To answer where is life, where is the community? And therefore we need now to work, change a little bit. So instead of talking about STEAM, we talk about STREAM, where we add R as religion, E as ethics, A as arts, M as management. It's not just science alone, because science will not be able to solve the problem. You need this multidisciplinary I was talking about, the transdisciplinary of all I was talking about, how to connect the dots with different ways. Economy, fine, but you talk about eco means the eco as we understand for ecology, not the eco in the terms of economy. The economy must serve that ecology. And once you start to change that, then we begin to bring this whole idea of community in. The community that is well-being, well-endowed, yeah? And then you start to bring the terminology of human being again. Because now we can live together, there's a community that can work with one another. At the end of the day, this is the community that will sustain humanity and the planet. Without this community, there is no hope for the future, because we are working for something else, for a different value that works sometimes against for humanity. For IIUM, we work another extra mile. When we talk about what IIUM is all about, we talk about the insan sejahtera, that is a human being, a makeup of a human being that inshallah will take us beyond just the pandemic, where we are able to transform the community at the same time. In other words, the heart of education is about transforming the community, transforming humanity at the same time, so that the future for everybody else will be guaranteed through education, and education for sustainable development. So you need leadership for that, inshallah, and this is what we are trying to do at our own university. So on that note, I will thank you, and I hope I'll stop there. Maybe there are some time for questions. Is there some time for questions? Okay. I've got some questions here that appeared on the chat. One is, do we need to reinvent our education institution? If yes, what needs to be reinvented? My own view is that we need to get rid of the institution because it is created at a different time. It is created during the Industrial Revolution, yeah, and that's why we are all looked at as a factory. We are now not an education institution. We are a factory that produces people. My university is going to have 3 convocations this year. Each convocation, we're going to produce 5,000 graduates. So this year alone, we're going to produce 15,000 graduates. And what are they for? They are for the marketplace. Yeah. Is the market ready? I'm not so sure. If the market is not ready, then where do we place this? Yeah. I think this is a whole dilemma now. We are looking at whether we have now moved post-industrial revolution, but how is it that our university is still like a factory, very much on that industrial revolution agenda? Fourth revolution, fourth industrial revolution, or whatever it is, the model is still the same. So my belief is we need to reinvent. How do we reinvent? As I've suggested, we need to work with the community because the community is more dependable as far as our students are concerned. You're going to work with the students will lead them part and parcel of the community to make sure that the community prosper. As the community prosper, then I think the student will prosper at the same time. But the mode of education, the orientation of education must be different. You are not talking about industrial pedagogy. If you have to ask me what pedagogy are we using now, it's industrial pedagogy. We're teaching our students how to survive in industry. Put them in the kampong, they will be dead because they are not exposed to any part of those education. So I do believe that we need to reinvent and reinvent a very serious one. Yeah. When one professor teaches millions of students around the world with technology and internet and open free education initiative, our university irrelevant. I am very suspicious when we open teaching, then we lose the context. I'm not saying that technology is not important, but the context is also important. Technology can come and go, but what is the context? How do you teach, for example, if you talk about the culture, the Malay culture, how do you teach Budi Pekerti using internet? So some people, Budi Pekerti is not important, that's okay. But if it's part and parcel of our tradition to know what is Budi Pekerti, what is Budi Bahasa, what is Budi Bicara, how do you do this in the internet? At the end of the day, we're going to cut it off because internet cannot deliver this. And then we become a person without a culture. Yeah. So while the discussion of internet and technology is important, that's why I say, how do you humanize this? So that we don't lose the human person. At the end of the day, education is about the human person. The technology and everything else is the added, the icing on the cake. You got a lousy cake, you can put a good icing, then you get corruption. And you get all these things that you see today. Because the cake is lousy. The icing looks nice, but the icing is not the person. The person is the cake. How do you make a good cake? How do you bake can you bake a good cake using internet? If you could, go ahead. But if you can't, then what else did you need to do? So there is no one size fits all as far as this is concerned. We need to find out what is best for us, for what we want. But that is more important to me. What is it that we want? I think this question has not been settled. We talk about leaders, fine. But what do we want at the end of the day? What sort of world do we want? And this is a question that UNESCO asked, the world we want. If you don't know the world we want, then you will never be able to arrive at it because you don't know how to go there. To start off with, you don't know what the destination is all about. Yeah. There's another one. How do we get leaders to remain consistent, being rooted, and being human, as mentioned by Tan Sri? I think human beings are already being sold out in a way. I'm trying to find a better word. Yeah. If I ask all of you, who are you? I don't think most of us can answer this question. Yeah. So if I were to educate myself, who am I educating? Am I educating Zulkifli Abraza? If I educated for Zulkifli Abraza, what am I educating him for? Right? To help other people, fine, that is good. But how do I help myself? I need to help myself first because I can help other people. I cannot be helping other people without knowing how to help myself. In other words, if I want to dispense peace, how do I experience peace? Then I can dispense real peace to you. You know, but if I don't know real peace, if I don't know how to live in peace with myself, then how on earth am I going to live with peace with you? I think that is education. And that is a falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan when it talks about a balanced and harmonious human person. When they get out of our system, these people must be balanced and harmonious. They know who they are and they know how to actually create life and make life works for them and then works for the society. At the end of the day, the falsafah talks about mencapai kesejahteraan diri. That's why the word sejahtera becomes important. Some people say it is not important. I say it is important because kesejahteraan diri is what the outcome of the education is all about. Kalau diri kita sejahtera, dan kita boleh mensejahterakan orang lain. Kalau diri kita sejahtera, macam saya nak mensejahterakan orang lain. Yeah? And then the question becomes, how many of us are told or taught to make our life sejahtera? Yeah? And that is, I think, the crux of the situation. So the future means, if you are sejahtera, it doesn't matter where you are locked down, because you know how to manage yourself. It doesn't matter what sort of challenges you face, because you know how to manage yourself. But you are not told about this, then you get all this mental health, suicidal thing, because you are not resilient. You don't know how to bounce back. Once you are down for good, because you don't know who you are and you do not know how to move and make yourself better in this particular respect. I think those are the issues that we have missed when we talk about this education business. Yeah, we talk about leaders is the leaders that manage others, but not the leaders that manage themselves. And I think the prerequisite for education is to know yourself, manage yourself, and then you know how to manage others. Once you know how to manage others, then I think the world becomes a more peaceful world, a more tolerable world in that particular sense, right? So I hope I've given you some inklings of where we need to go. But the future, as far as UNESCO is concerned, has already been defined. You can read all these texts. There are many more. There are about 9 other imperatives that you need to meet. Yeah. But if you miss all those, then maybe that is not the future that we are part of. So when the world moves, maybe we are left behind because we are not part of that planet that goes into that future. We may be creating our own, well and good. But if it's not connected to other people, then chances of survival will be quite difficult in that particular context. So I have got 2 more minutes, and I think there's no more question. For that, there's one more here. What will be the training needed for young leaders so that they can hold the top post in the university? They will be able to drive the university and to do the transformation. I think holding a top post is not an assurance. Let me tell you that. Yeah, sometimes you become a disservice when you hold a top post, because this whole idea of a top post and a low post is something this is created for us. We as a human being live together. I mean, the beauty about the university is that we survive on cordiality. I'm a rector, but I am one among equals. I work with everybody else. I'm very much like what Yatela was mentioning. You know, I need to listen to everybody, not because I'm a rector and therefore I live in my own world. That is a corporate idea. That's a bureaucratic idea. That is not an academic idea. An academic idea is that you need to live with everybody else. Your title is not important. Your qualification is not important. What is important at the end of the day, how humble you are given the knowledge that you've got. That humility will make you the best leader. You don't have to hold top position. You see this. When you go into a university, people who have got Nobel laureates, for example, you talk to them, my God, they're the most humble people on earth sometimes. You know, compared to a person who just got a PhD yesterday, they think he knows everything on earth. Yeah. So I think the whole idea of values, that you want to make yourself more serviceable to others by being humble, taking this value on as an educated person that wants to serve others, I think that's the value that we need. It doesn't have to be a top post. You don't have to clamor to be a vice chancellor all the time. I think it's not my idea of what a good leader is all about. A good leader is how you can get along with others, make sure that knowledge is shared, make sure that everybody is in the same inclusiveness. If we can do that, inshallah, you will be that leader, and hopefully people will recognize you for what you are. If it comes as a vice chancellor or a minister, that's good for you, but otherwise that will not be your dream. And once you understand this, I think the university will be a more peaceful place for us, and the community, I think, will benefit more from us than what it is today. So I guess that is all for now. Thank you very much, Sarizat. And I hope I have given you some inkling from a 70-year-old guy to some of the youngsters, inshallah. There may be a gap, but I think that gap will be closed up anytime when we meet again. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri. It is always interesting to listen to you, actually. If I may ask you a question, but I do not know whether the technical team can allow me to ask a question. But the question is very simple, Tan Sri. Let's say if COVID does not exist, do you think we will take technology development seriously like what we are doing now? Or where do you think we are at the moment without COVID? And do you agree that we are more human without COVID around? I don't know, but just you can just keep the question to yourself, because we can just always, bump into each other and talk about that. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, listening to Tan Sri just now urge us to actually put our feet on the ground. That's how I feel, yeah? We need to be aware and alert on what is going on around us, yeah? And what we want ourselves to be is all about how we deal with people around us. Just be down to earth and take the value of being humble to make you recognized as who you are. All right. So, well, it is now 4:45 local time, Malaysian time, ladies and gentlemen, and that marks the end of day one of the Higher Education Leadership Summit HEALS 2022 with the theme Transforming Higher Education Leaders, Empower, Engage and Expand, jointly organized by AKEPT and UIAM. On behalf of the organizer, I thank everyone online for joining us today, and for those who just joined us and missed the earlier sessions, feel free to watch the recorded version on the UIAM YouTube channel, inshallah. There will be a recorded, there is a recorded version or recorded session for this one, yeah? And we will meet again tomorrow, 16 February 2022, Wednesday, sharp at 9 a.m. local time or Malaysian time for more sharing sessions. And with that, take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.